It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, hope and heartbreak. A community coming together after those horrific wildfires in Hawaii.
It's like a bomb went off. It's the end of all of it. It's gone.
Authorities officially identifying those who died as hundreds remain missing. We're live on the scene with the latest. Then under scrutiny. This morning, police in Kansas facing backlash after that raid on a local newspaper office.
Police chief saw an opportunity to let's really stick it to this newspaper, which has not been entirely supportive of him.
What many are calling a violation of the First Amendment. We've got the latest on the investigation. Plus, lessons learned. We're kicking the school year off right with a special edition of our series, Today's 5 Things. Straight ahead, what a teacher, sports coach, and nurse say you should never do as you head back to school. And Maestro, please. We'll break down the trailer for Bradley Cooper's newest movie.
So how long do we have to do this for?
Well, we need to build up a very strong connection.
Why people are already talking Oscars, plus the controversy surrounding his latest transformation. Today, Wednesday, August 16th, 2023.
Here to celebrate my 12th birthday. From Detroit!
Good morning to my mom watching from Madison, Wisconsin. We love you.
Hi to my papa and my brother.
Watching from New Providence, New Jersey.
Today is our 49th anniversary.
Visiting from Scottsdale, Arizona, Bridgewater, Massachusetts, and Harlem, Michigan.
Today's Adrian's birthday.
I'm turning 16.
On a trip with our granddaughter.
From Virginia Beach. Well, he's from Virginia.
Today is Sienna's second birthday.
I mean, 2 looks really good. Happy birthday. We can't wait to get outside and have our little visit with all the friends who've come. We appreciate you being with us. Savannah is enjoying some time off. Let's go. We're back with a special back-to-school edition of Today's 5 Things. So classes are actually underway in some parts of the country, right around the corner in others. So this is what we did. We brought in the pros to school us on how to gear up for the best year yet. So we've got a teacher, we've got a sports coach, and a school nurse all ready to share what they would never do based on their expertise. First up, let's begin with Mrs. Teresa Mon from East Orange STEM Academy right here in New Jersey. Ms. Mon, first of all, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
So you say, this is interesting, I've never heard this. You say that every parent before school starts should contact the teacher. Why is that?
Well, parents and teachers are partners on your child's learning journey. So don't wait till back to school night. Let the teacher know what we can do to advance your child's academic, social, emotional needs. Now, if you're in middle school or if you have a middle schooler or a high schooler, let them contact the teacher to advocate for their own needs. And this way they build a relationship with the teacher, and they're also developing autonomy, which we try to instill in our children.
Ms. Mon, how many years have you been teaching?
I've been teaching. September will be my 42nd year.
She knows a thing or two. All right, let's get to the next one. Never wait to the last minute to check on the summer reading list. I think a lot of parents like cram it all in at the end.
I would say stagger the assignments because they weren't intended to ruin your vacation or interfere with family time. What they were intended for was to help review skills and to help your children stay engaged and to kind of accelerate learning for the new year.
It may be a little late now since we're at the end of summer. Never go rogue with school supplies, so just get what they need.
Yes, teachers have given it a lot of thought as to what materials your child will need to have a positive learning experience. If you veer from the intended list, it can lead to complications for your child. Also, pick them up early and store them.
Okay, we have 2 more quick ones. Never ignore the information packet, which is good. Parents need to tackle that. But let's move to the very last one. Never snooze on working out a wake-up schedule because your kids have been having summer hours. They're sleeping in.
They have, but especially for middle school and high school, you want to ensure that you work out what type of an alarm system will be used. Will you use it from the phone or will you use a traditional clock? Put it across the room so they have to get out of bed bed to turn it off. And also, I would advise to take the tech devices out at bedtime so that they don't stay up any longer than they need to.
Listen to Miss Maughan. She's been teaching for 42 years. She knows. Craig, over to you.
All right, hello to Miss Maughan. Thank you. Up next, Pat Buckley. Pat's a coach at Albertus Magnus High School in New York. He's got 25 years of coaching experience, and oh, by the way, former Coach of the Year, recognized by the Basketball Coach Association of New York. And he's got 5 tips on what he would never do as a parent with kids who play sports. Coach Pat, let's get right to it. Never ever approach the coach to talk to them about more playing time for your son or daughter. Why?
Yeah, we want to develop those communication skills early for our kids to advocate for themselves for playing time. You know, a lot of coaches also, if it's an intense game and a parent is feeling a certain way, maybe that 24-hour rule for them to, you know, the next day things always seem a little bit better, but certainly we want to put it on the kid to advocate for themselves.
You don't want to be one of those parents. If the kid perhaps wants to advocate for more playing time, he or she can do that.
100%.
All right, this next one, this is a big one, even in rec league sports. Never coach from the sidelines as a parent.
Yeah, you see it all the time. You know, we're on the high school level, we're practicing 6 days a week. We're their coach, allow us to do our job. It's hard enough for a high school kid to be coached during a game anyway. It's competitive. So hearing another voice from the stands, never a good thing. Yeah. What you can do is cheer. Cheer for your kids.
This third tip's a great one. Never make it about yourself.
Yeah, listen, your journey.
See that a lot, I gather.
Yeah, absolutely. Your journey is going to be different than your child's. Maybe you were an athlete, maybe you weren't, but trying to live your dreams through them can be difficult for a kid. Let them have their own experience.
This next one is also something that I think a lot of parents struggle with, because a lot of parents want their son or their daughter to play a sport because it helps develop so many essential skills. But you maintain that you should not force your child to play sports. Why not?
It's got to come from them. They got to be passionate about it, especially as they progress in their life. They're going to have different interests. It could be art, music. They might start with a sport and give it up. But if it's from their heart and they're passionate about it, that's when you're going to see your kid be really happy, which is the most important thing as a parent, what everybody wants.
This last tip is applicable in sports and some other things as well. Never forget what it's all about. Don't lose perspective.
Sure. I mean, what do you want your kid to get out of sports? You know, relationships, being part of a program, team building. The greatest compliment you can get as a parent is that your kid's a great teammate and respectful and responsible. So we try to incorporate into everything we do for our kids.
Here, here. Coach, thank you. Thanks for the great tips. Oh, Chanel.
All right, thank you, Craig. I'm here with Kate King, a school nurse at World Language Middle School in Ohio. She has more than 20 years of experience and is the president of the National Association of School Nurses. Nurse King, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Let's hear things from you. Our first one, you say never send a child to school with pills in a baggie or in their pockets.
We need to know what medicine children are taking at school for their safety and others' safety. There's laws and rules and documents, so ask your school what you need to get your child medicine at school, and if you're having trouble, ask your school nurse. He or she can expedite that. You know, sometimes also in middle and high school, if your child has unlabeled pills, they might be falsely accused of having illegal substances, and we never want that to happen.
Okay, or putting things in their kid's backpack. Okay, next you say never hesitate never deem it's just a dry cough. That's interesting.
Well, cold and flu season is right around the corner, and a dry cough, especially one that lasts for a long time and or accompanied by a fever, can be something that's transmissible in school. So we want you to keep your children home when they're sick, especially if they have long coughs and fever, and a cough also could mean asthma. So again, contact your pediatrician or healthcare provider for good healthcare for your child.
So don't just let it go. You know, sometimes kids have this lingering cough and you say, oh, they've had that for a while. Okay, next you say never hesitate to ask a nurse for outside resources. That's a good one.
School nurses are experts in linking their families and kids to community resources. When you get that letter home that says your child did not pass their vision screen and needs an eye exam and glasses, you may not have insurance or the means to do so or know how. Call and ask your school nurse. The National Association of School Nurses gives all its members 25 free vision vouchers for kids. Yes, for a free eye exam and glasses. And again, never be ashamed. We want to help you.
That's good. I didn't know that. And there are a lot of parents who would skip it because they think they can't afford it. All right, next you say, this is good, never send kids to school without hydration.
Hydration is probably the simplest thing you can do to keep your kids not only healthy, but feeling well at school. Often headaches, stomach aches, even just general malaise.
They're just dehydrated.
They need water. And we ask that you send a refillable water bottle.
Okay.
Most schools have refillable water stations. Water in the United States is safe. Also, we have found that since kids are drinking bottled water that's not fluoridated, they have more cavities. So we want your kids to drink tap water that's fluoridated.
Wait, that's kind of a breakthrough because we're all trying to be, give your kids bottled water, filtered water, all the things, but just good old tap water. That's
tap water.
All right, last but not least, you say never assume kids can't take care or manage their health.
Kids are great.
Yeah.
People underestimate their capability and their smarts. Even little ones can learn to cough in their sleeves, to drink water when they're not feeling well. And in middle school and high school, it can get more complex, making healthy choices about food and nutrition, safety, even their own chronic diseases. For example, with asthma, when they need to go and ask for their inhaler and how to use it. We want kids, every child, to come to school this year to be healthy, safe, and ready to learn.
And empowered. I love that, Nurse King. Thank you. In fact, thank you to all of our experts. For more advice on what to do and what not to do this year, check out today.com. And coming up tomorrow, we'll help you find the savings on your family's school supplies.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
We're back with more sizzling summer steals and deals. Jill's our lifestyle and commerce contributor, and today Jill has some great home upgrades to elevate your kitchen, to elevate your bedroom, to elevate every room in the house. So you know what to do. You scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen to get up to 75% off of some of these bargains.
Yeah, and some really cool new items. So I want to jump right into it. Okay, let's start with the Costa Rica Organic Extra Virgin Olive Oil and Refill Kit. What's so cool about this is it's great for cooking, all types of things, salads, dips, desserts, and more. Yeah. This is equivalent to 7 bottles of this. So it's 6 tins, and you get the 1 bottle. It comes with the funnel, so you can refill it.
Oh,
so
that's
this is
great.
an unbelievable value. The brand says it's made with 100% olives from southern Greece and harvested early and cold pressed for great flavor. The retail price $100, the deal price $50.
That's a deal.
That's 50% off. All right. Now this we have a video of because it's a spice grinder. This is something you never knew you needed and you have to have. It's the Phenomenal Spice Grinder 8-piece bundle. The retail $95.94. All right, let's take a look at the video because the spice grinder uses refillable spice pods. So you take your spices and herbs from the kitchen to the table easily. You get a Phenomenal with 3 pods, 1 tray, 2 dried spices, and 1 dried herb. You fill the pod with the herbs or spices, adjust the coarseness that you want, place the mill over the pod, and push to begin grinding as long as you need. Is that awesome?
That's hot.
Comes in 6 fun colors, a pop of color to your kitchen. Also so cool to when you're entertaining.
That's
retail $95.94. The deal price $47.50 plus free shipping. 50% off.
Shipping.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's awesome.
Oh,
Okay.
I love a good portable speaker.
Yeah, and it's waterproof. It's a Bluetooth speaker. The retail $149, and this can enhance any get-together. Now, it's waterproof seal, so it can withstand rain, but don't throw it in the pool.
Okay.
Just want to make sure you say that. So it comes in 6 great colors. The deal price $39. That's 74% off, and it has a lot of sound to it. So
it's the biggest deal so far.
Party.
So you can turn your bathroom into a spa.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is not fussy. I've tried this, so we have video of it to show how it works. The Vosh New York Shower and Empower Duo. The retail $53. Major shower upgrade. It's a duo of vitamin C shower filter and matching sugar scrub bubble wash. Comes in 5 different scents. It's easy to install. Just move the shower head or mount, attach the shower filter, and run the water for 5 to 10 minutes after installation. And it's really bringing the spa to the bathroom. The deal price, $26.50. 50% off.
Oh, I love Jill's candles. What do we have
always
here?
awesome. Set of 2. These are amazing.
That's nice.
2 12-ounce candles. Choose scents like lavender, eucalyptus, lemon. Check it out on today.com. Open wick technology, which uses minimum carbon to build up in less soot with a low flame. 60 hours of burn time. 2 of them. The deal price, $28, 56% off.
Oh, this seems soft.
This always sells out. This is awesome. I have this on my bed at home. The Patina V Comforter or Sheet Set retail $165 to $396. You spend 30% of your life in bed. This is where you start.
True?
Yeah. Well, it's depending on who you are. You either get a 4-piece sheet set, you get a peach 100% cotton with 1 flat, 1 fitted, and 2 pillowcases, or you get the full comforter with 2 shams. The deal price for either, check it on at today.com, $58 to $98, up to 75% off. This is major, sells out fast, so pick your color.
Those are some steals and deals, Jill.
Yes.
Give us one more run through.
Okay, really fast. The Costa Rica Organic Extra Virgin Oil and Refill Kit, awesome. The Finamil Spice Grinder 8-piece bundle. The Tim Clark Waterproof Bluetooth speaker. The Vosh New York Shower and Empower Duo. The Q Candle sets of 2. And the Patina V Comforters or Sheet Sets. Get those fast.
To shop, you can scan that QR code or you can head to today.com/deals. Jill is back tomorrow with another batch of discounts.
Actually, next Wednesday.
Oh, next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Jill's not back tomorrow. She'll be back
But I'll
next
see
week.
you next week.
We are back, 8:43 now, with today's consumer, and it's no secret Americans love their pets. And more owners are now getting pet insurance to take care of their furry friends.
But are those policies actually worth the money? NBC's Vicki Nguyen is here now with a closer look. Good morning.
Good morning. I learned a lot from this story, and you will too. The pet insurance business, it is booming right now, but it can be really confusing to figure out whether it makes sense for you and your pets. We have a look at how some of the policies at some of the most popular companies compare and what you should consider before you buy.
We love our pets like family. An estimated 111 million American households have a dog or cat.
And just like any member of the family, healthcare is important, but an emergency vet visit can cost between $250 to $1,600.
It's prompted a booming business in the U.S., pet insurance. The number of policies purchased at the end of last year has risen nearly 93% since 2019.
it's another kid. You know, I have 3 daughters and I have Lucy.
You got her as a puppy, and immediately you thought, this is a good idea to have insurance for our pet. Why?
Well, just like you would insure your children, you want to make sure, you know, if something bad happens, that they're protected.
Jeff Foose purchased a policy from Trupanion, among the nation's largest pet insurance companies. He says his coverage started at $33 a month for Lucy, but after 9 years, the cost has risen to almost $80 a month. That's a 141% increase. Foose says in some years, his rate increased more than the 20% his policy said it would never exceed annually.
Do you think this was a worthwhile investment?
Absolutely not.
It can be hard to tell if pet insurance is worth it for you. We requested quotes from 5 popular companies using Bruno, a 3-year-old mixed breed dog. For similar coverage and a deductible between $200 to $500, take a look at the rates. Embrace at the low end at $41 a month, Trupanion the highest at $167. None covers routine exams.
We would absolutely recommend that you get your insurance when you have a puppy or kitten, because that's when a pet doesn't have any pre-existing conditions.
Margie Tooth is the president of Trupanion. The company brought in almost $1 billion in revenue last year and says it's paid $2 billion in claims since the company was founded in 2000. We asked her about Jeff Foose's case and other complaints that Trupanion has raised its premiums to unaffordable levels that are far higher than vet care inflation.
You said it's important to your company not to make consumers feel like it's a bait and switch, and yet we have talked to some who feel like they're not getting what they were promised. How do you respond to those criticisms?
It's very disappointing to hear that people feel that way. I think we work very hard to ensure that we're explaining our value proposition and that we make it clear to people when they sign up with us that your price may change.
Do you think there's enough regulation to make this industry transparent and to help consumers really understand the pricing models?
I do not. I think it's changing. I think it needs to continue to change more.
It's a bad financial product.
Kevin Brassler is executive editor for Consumers Checkbook, a nonprofit providing price research and consumer advice.
In the case of pet insurance, we found that overall, compared to the payouts and the premiums you have to pay and all the other out-of-pocket expenses, they're generally really bad deals for most pet owners.
Do you think it's a better idea to set aside some money in a rainy day fund rather than paying these premiums?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to do far better off financially in the long run by taking those premiums that you'd pay to pet insurance companies and just saving them and taking care of your pet's costs out of pocket.
If you want to buy pet insurance, Brassler says check accident-only policies to cover emergencies like car accidents or poisoning, and look for a higher deductible plan to lower your monthly payments. Foose says he would have been better off with a rainy day fund.
If you had just paid out of pocket for Lucy's incidents, would you be ahead?
I'd be ahead of about $2,300, $2,400.
Yeah. Well, we did reach out to Embrace. They told us their policies provide peace of mind, and like insurance for homes, cars, and people, pets should be protected too. We have a lot more information for you about these policies and how they compare on today.com. Really important to do your research. You know, you heard the consumer experts there saying at this point they don't think it's necessarily a worthwhile investment.
Wow. Okay, all right.
I feel good because we didn't get it for Pepper, and I was thinking maybe we should have.
Yeah. Now you feel better about that.
It's a little extra kibble.
This morning on Wellness Wednesday, when was the last time you took stock of all your medications? So here to help us do just that is Dr. Jennifer Caudle, an associate professor of family medicine at Rowan University. Dr. Jen, good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Okay, this is all important. I think we're all going to learn something. Now, for most of us, we have a medicine cabinet, so we imagine that's where we should best store our medicines.
Because it's called a medicine cabinet,
yes,
right?
But
and
Dr.
it's
Jen,
usually in the bathroom, but Hoda, this is not where we want to keep medications. Because generally our medicine cabinet is in the bathroom. It's humid, it's hot, it's moist. That moisture and humidity can actually damage our medications, make them less effective.
Okay, so what's a good place to put them?
So you want to avoid the bathroom, but you can use any sort of storage bin. If you have a shoebox, you can use that storage bin like this. Find like a dresser drawer you can keep your medications in, or a closet. Okay?
Well, we only use medications every now and then for a lot of people. How do you know if they've gone bad, if we should toss them?
Absolutely. Well, expiration dates are always important to follow. But regardless of expiration date, if your medications start clumping together, if they're softer than usual or harder than usual, if they smell funny, if the color, the texture is different, if they're chipping. I mean, look, my thing is if you're like, I don't know,
I'm not sure, get rid of it.
You know, just be cautious.
Okay, how strict are the expiration dates? Like if it says 9/24, does that mean September it's got to go?
So I'm a rule follower by here, and I say, you know what? I say expiration dates are a good guide. We need to follow those expiration dates to make sure that they're as effective as they need to be in our body. So definitely follow those.
What if you take it anyway or you didn't notice it? Can it harm you?
Well, the chances are, chances are you're probably okay, but this is why, especially during this time of year, you want to look at your expiration dates.
Look before.
Throw out the stuff that's not good, and lots of things expire, not just our medication. So really try to stick to those.
So go through all of your medicines and do that.
Absolutely.
The other thing that's important is when you have old medicines and you don't know what to do with them, you got to throw them out, you got to get rid of them, but how?
Okay, so there's the first and best way is what the DEA has, this drug take-back program. You can go to the DEA's website. They've got places you can drop off your meds. You can talk to your pharmacist as well. Many meds, some of them might need to be flushed, and by the way, look at the label on the package of the medication.
See if you can flush it down the toilet?
Some medications are so dangerous that they need to be flushed rather than thrown in the trash because babies and pets can get in them. But most medications can be thrown in the trash. To do that, though, what you want to do is get a resealable baggie like this, okay? This is our medication. And you want to take the pills, there we go, out of the pill bottle. Say you want to throw these away. Put them in here, but that's not it. You want to mix it with an undesirable substance. Oops.
Dirt, it's okay. Just dump it in.
Dirt. Oh, also some coffee grounds. We got
something
some
yucky.
Of these in here. Something yucky, and throw it away.
Got it. But I heard you weren't supposed to flush them down the toilet just because it gets in the water stream.
So actually, the FDA has a statement about this, that the benefits of flushing some medications absolutely outweighs the risk. So you want to talk to the pharmacist, talk to your doctor, or read the label.
All good advice. All right. Thank you, Dr. Jen. We appreciate it.
We want to wish a happy birthday to. First, happy 100th birthday to Rita Doniger. She's an active grandma from Rockville Center, New York. Played golf till she was 95.
Nice.
All right, Ralph Beabout is 100 years old. A proud Ohio State alum from Waverly, Ohio. Stays active by swimming laps at his local gym. Happy 100th birthday to Sarah Davis of Jacksonville, Florida. Love that hat. Loves dressing up for any occasion. Always matching from head to toe. Alice Price is 100. She's an incredible seamstress from Vero Beach, Florida. Family thankful for all those fashionable clothes she has made for them over the years. Aldo Manoni is from Middleburg Heights, Ohio, a proud grandpa of 100 years old, married to the love of his life for more than 70 years. And a very special happy birthday, 107. Woo! That's right, 107th happy birthday to Lula Mae Billings of Clio, South Carolina. Happens to be a friend of the Melvin family.
Wow.
That's right, Ms. Lula Mae. She and her husband raised 10 kids, and Ms. Lula Mae will be celebrating her big day with her many, many grandkids, great-grandkids, and great-great-grandkids.
Lula Mae Billings Wood said that she loves two things. Laughter and the Lord.
Oh, there you go.
That should get you pretty far.
Love that.
107.
Well, it obviously did. This morning on the third hour of Today, Blindside Battle. The family portrayed in the hit film pushing back at former NFL player Michael Orr, accusing him of threatening them with a $15 million shakedown. We're going to have the latest on the legal drama. Plus, Christmas coming early? I mean, really early?
Are you kidding me? It's August 15th.
Stores are already rolling out holiday items. Why you may not want to wait too long to embrace the season. And a colorful dessert that pops. Wow, that's beautiful. We're going to take you to a classic boardwalk in our series Family Style to meet the mom and daughters serving up sweet summer treats. Today, Wednesday, August 16th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. We're so happy you're with us.
Yep.
The whole gang is here just for you. We've got
What
Craig
day
back.
is it?
Hump day. Yeah. Mike. And
Guys, it's from the 90s. That's okay.
That never gets old.
It's coming back.
They
Never
just
gets
wanna
old.
live. Let them live.
Hey, how was your weekend?
All right.
We had a long weekend. We took the kids before school starts. We decided to take a little extra long weekend, and they roasted some s'mores, had a little wine.
What's their s'more technique? Burn it and then blow it out?
There, you see that? That's the technique.
Okay.
All right. Set the marshmallow on fire.
I say yes.
That's
Because
it.
it's fun that way.
So it was a lot of fun. They jumped in a lake. Lindsay and I got some nice quality time. So it's good to be back.
Well, what wine buzz going on there?
Yeah. Did I miss anything?
No. Well, you missed Dylan catching a dog.
Oh, yeah. Caught a dog, fell. Joseph was nowhere to be found to help.
I saw that video.
Social media lives on.
I chuckle. Good to be back. We do have a lot to get to on this Wednesday morning. We're going to start with that new twist in the Blindside legal battle. The family portrayed in the Oscar-winning film now pushing back at former NFL player Michael Orr. Orr claims that the Tuohy family exploited him, sold his story, then withheld money from the film. But now the Tuohys are accusing Orr of threatening them. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has been following the back and forth. So Kaylee, first of all, a lot's really happened in the past 24 hours. Break it down for us.
Yeah, so guys, now the Tuohys are going on defense. Their attorney says Orr threatened the family in an attempted shakedown, saying he would plant a negative story about them in the press unless they paid him $15 million. And when they didn't comply, the family claims Orr then filed what they call this ludicrous lawsuit to drum up attention in the middle of his latest book tour. So central to this lawsuit that Orr has filed is his allegation that the Tuohys tricked him into signing documents that he says he thought were a part of the adoption process, when really they made Sean and Leanne Tuohy his conservators. And with that power, he claims that they gave away the rights to his life story for The Blind Side. He says he never saw a dollar, while he says they profited. Now, the Tuohy's attorney says this family is worth hundreds of millions of dollars thanks to Sean Tuohy's successful restaurant business. So the notion that they would connive to withhold a few $1,000s, let alone from someone they say they loved as a son, the attorney says defies belief. And Sean Tuohy explained to the Daily Memphian that the conservatorship was actually a way to secure Orr's NCAA eligibility to play college football. If you have ever seen The Blind Side, you'll remember the NCAA investigated the circumstances of Orr's living situation with the Tuohys because they were big boosters at Ole Miss, where he ended up playing. The NCAA needed to be sure there was a legal relationship there. And Sean Tuohy says lawyers advised him they couldn't adopt Michael because by the time they tried in his senior year, he was over the age of 18, and Tuohy says he was told the only thing they could do to help Michael was to have this conservatorship, guys.
And then Kaylee, we're hearing now from Michael for the first time since he filed the lawsuit. What is he saying about this back and forth?
Yeah, so he is on a book tour, and he has been making the rounds promoting this new book, but he hasn't actually addressed the lawsuit directly in any of those interviews. He was on the radio in Mississippi earlier this week, and he did acknowledge that the Tuohys played a role in his journey, but he did so as he expressed some frustration with how he's been portrayed. Listen here.
When I moved in with the Tuohys family, who I'm grateful for letting me stay my senior year there. But you have to understand, and I was an All-American football player before I moved in with him.
So we did hear from Orr's attorney after the Tuohys claimed Orr threatened him, but he told us Orr and his legal team believe that justice will be served in the courtroom, and they hope to get there quickly. Now, in addition to the money that Michael Orr believes he's owed, he is asking the court to end this conservatorship. And the Tuohys say they will never oppose ending the conservatorship if that's what he wants. They say they do hope to reconcile with him, but still, they say they are going to fight what they call an offensive lawsuit, guys.
All right, so it continues. Kaylee, keep us posted. Thank you.
All right, now to another big talker today. It is August 16th, so apparently, of course, we're counting down to Labor Day.
Yes.
But Halloween?
Well,
okay, well, how about holidays?
Oh, no. Man,
well,
no.
guess what? Yes, they are.
Yeah, that's right. Some major stores rolling out decorations, gifts, even Christmas trees. NBC Business and Data reporter Brian Jung's here to talk about this crazy early
sorry,
arrival.
I know.
We believe you.
We're over here like,
Summer's
over. No, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
It is not.
It is not. Although maybe we can get some snowflakes in the backdrop behind us. All right, fine. Christmas is still more than 4 months away, but already major stores are gearing up. Shoppers expected to spend more, and even if you think it's way too early, you might not want to wait to get into the spirit. It's the most wonderful time of the year. But already? Sure enough, the Christmas spirit is alive and well, as some retailers are saying hello to holiday shopping, as Axios reported.
Enjoy the festivities, you will.
At Home Depot, holiday products launch online, including 8-foot Santas and giant nutcrackers. And Costco has already started rolling out its artificial Christmas trees on store floors.
Are you kidding me? It's August 15th.
One Costco shopper saying, slow your roll. Not everyone's thrilled. Too soon, some are saying. Even our own Rockefeller Center tree chiming in, saying, I even find it annoying. But according to Google, more than a quarter of Americans were already shopping for the holidays in July. Searches for Hanukkah gift ideas and Grinch Christmas tree decorations increased over 5,000% in the past month. And e-commerce platform Shopify says sales of ornaments last month were up over 25% compared to last year. Seasonal village sets and accessories up about 240%.
What's going on?
Retail experts say companies are taking notice to boost sales.
At the end of the day, they want to meet the consumer. They want to meet the shopper where the shopper is. And if that means a discount in July, they're going to play that game.
For now, the holidays are still taking a backseat to fall festivities sales, like Etsy with its pumpkin throw pillows and Target with autumn-themed wreaths and pet Halloween costumes. Experts advising that inventory might be tighter this year than last, so no shame in buying seasonal items early.
For those of us that can make their list before they check it twice and get there early, take advantage, because many of us who are going to be procrastinators may be left holding the bag.
Because after all, maybe it's not too early to start spreading the holiday cheer, even before Labor Day.
Bah humbug.
You may be, I'm sorry. You might be wondering if
right now.
It is. We got the snowflakes in the backdrop already.
Oh my God.
But before we wrap it up here, the question is, are there any deals to be had this early? Balsam Hill, which makes artificial trees, says that July is when they have the biggest inventory. That can mean biggest sales. And if you're shopping for ugly sweaters or clothing, buying thicker clothes in the summer usually comes with some discounts. And also take a look. Yeah.
If you want to save money. I'm always kicking myself because I wish I bought all this stuff last year at the end of the season.
Right.
I'm like, oh, I just don't want to think about it. But that's when you get the best deals.
That's true.
It is. Yeah. So
There you go.
little strategy
I
there.
wish I could clap
Merry
my
Christmas
hands
and
and
happy
make it go
holidays.
back.
There. Yeah.
Fall.
Can I clap and then it go back?
Oh, that's right, the clapper.
Yeah.
Clap on. There it goes.
Oh, it's back. Aw.
All right, Brian Jung, thank you so much. Okay, coming up, we're going with our gut in today's checklist, breaking down probiotics, prebiotics, what about postbiotics, and when should you take them? Then later, the scoop on a family serving up a Boardwalk staple, and why these are not your average summer treats. Third hour of today.
Samples? Did you bring samples?
Yum. Ooh, yeah.
This morning on today's checklist, we are going to take a closer look at our gut health. What's the difference between, this is good, probiotics, prebiotics, and then something I just learned about today, postbiotics. So here to help us is registered dietitian and CEO of Culina Health, Vanessa Rossetto. Hi. Vanessa, welcome.
Nice to see you.
So let's first just tackle this. Let's talk about why gut health is so important. We're hearing more and more about it lately.
Sure. So gut health is important because it helps you to regulate your immunity. It helps with your mental health. So that beneficial bacteria is really going to help you be well. But
metabolism too?
Metabolism too, which also gets everybody very turned up, very excited. But the research is still ongoing, right? So we don't exactly know what is right and what isn't. We think we know what a healthy microbiome looks like. But the other thing to remember is that your gut microbiome changes every 60 days due to environmental factors, any kind of stress, any kind of antibiotics that you're on. So taking probiotics every single day may or may not be the best thing.
Okay, so let's dig in, because that's the thing. I always worry I'll mess something up. It's already messed up, but I don't want to make it worse.
So we've got pickles, kimchi, fermented things. Those are
probiotics.
Okay.
So if you're not really interested in taking a pill every single day, you don't have to. Actually, there was an article that just came out that said if you eat kimchi every single day for 2.5 months, that is just as good as taking a probiotic.
Really?
I love that.
Yep. I love kimchi. Yeah, so you could save your money and like there's pickles, there's kefir, there are chia seeds, there's cottage cheese, there's sour cream. Again, kimchi. So you can find the thing that you like, and you could save some money.
Right.
That's good
And
kimchi.
do it naturally.
Do it naturally.
That's
Yes. Yes.
So if you are doing it naturally, there is no reason to take a supplement.
You can or you can't. It just depends on what your symptoms are. So that's the other thing. You have to take the exact probiotic at the exact dose for the symptom that you have. So when someone says like, oh, I take this probiotic, it makes me feel great, that's great, but maybe that person has bloating and maybe you have delayed digestion. And so you need to take care of yourself and whatever works for you.
So how do you work it into your daily routine?
Eat fruits and vegetables. That's really good, right? Diversify what your intake is. And then if you are having probiotics, you want to have one every other day. You're introducing a new bacteria into your body. That's good. Going on? You're introducing a new bacteria into your body, and that might cause a lot of GI discomfort. So you want to take your time with that, and if it doesn't work for you, don't take it. Nothing bad's going to happen.
And what is this with the antibiotics?
Right, so the antibiotics are ridding you of all the bacteria in your body. So if you take it together, there's no point. So you want to separate. So if you take your antibiotic in the morning, then you want to have the probiotic
don't take them together.
Later on in the day.
Do both.
Yeah, you could still do both. Yeah.
Great.
Mr. Rooker's taking your advice clearly to heart.
If anybody else
hopefully no one else wanted any pickles.
I want his GI tract to be healthy and happy.
So let's talk about prebiotics for a moment, since we just talked about probiotics. What are prebiotics, and what are the health benefits to these?
So prebiotics help the probiotics do their job, but you cannot find them in supplement form. They come from indigestible complex carbohydrates. So you're thinking chicory root. If you had a bar that had 17 grams of fiber, that comes from something called inulin or chicory. You also get it in oats, you get it in garlic, you get it in onions, asparagus. So eating that helps your probiotic do its job. Also helps with an absorption of calcium, which also helps the gut with more immunity.
And you can't get this as a supplement?
No, you cannot. Only from food.
Not yet, or
never.
Never.
That's the way that it's going to be broken down. That's not going to work.
Let's talk about these postbiotics, because again, this is a term that I was not familiar with until yesterday. But what are they?
So postbiotics happen after the probiotic bacteria break down the fiber from a fruit and vegetable.
Okay.
But we don't really understand it. It's kind of a buzzword. You don't need to do anything special. Eat your fruits and vegetables. Also, you can find it in chocolate, in tea, or coffee.
Okay.
But the verdict's not out. So don't start searching the internet for postbiotics thinking it's going to make some kind of difference. It's better for you to go back to getting it naturally from foods, anything fermented, fruits and vegetables. Make sure you're drinking water, take vitamin D, get your gut healthy, and you should be fine.
So focus on prebiotics and probiotics.
But it sounds like if you diversify what you eat, you're getting all the necessary nutrients.
Yes.
Okay.
Vanessa, thank you so much. This was good. For more information on gut health, just head to today.com.
Are you done binging on everything?
Oh, these
pistachios
today.
Those are Sicilian.
Ooh, very nice. That's right. They make you an offer you can't refuse.
Maybe they know where my luggage is.
We thought we were done with the luggage.
my God.
Never. Our series, Family Style, is going to head to the Boardwalk for a summer classic. See why this isn't your average ice cream shop. And then later, the man, the myth, the legend, we love him, Mr. Joe Koy. Here live, we're going to hear about his new Broadway project, his world tour, and so much more. Third hour of Today. I'll be right back.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just going to say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Okay, we still have plenty of summer,
Yes.
all right? And just to help us stretch out summer, we found the perfect spot. I recently took a trip to the Jersey Shore Boardwalk to meet the cool family behind some really sweet treats. Come on, let's face it. On a hot summer day, is there anything better than something icy to help cool you down? Well, Betty's Icebox in Asbury Park was one of the first boardwalk shops to offer a wide array of vegan sweet treats. But that doesn't make them any less decadent. Let's go meet the family.
Hi, Al.
It's called Betty's Icebox. Who's Betty?
We're all Bettys.
You're all Betty. Every member of the Carr family works at Betty's Icebox. Mom Courtney's the brains behind the operation, coming up with their sweet recipes. Her daughters Phoebe and Eliza do a little bit of everything.
Phoebe is my older daughter, and she's more front of house. She manages the staff, and she runs our social media. And Eliza is my kitchen right-hand woman.
They started working in their teens, making ice pops in the kitchen. Did the girls want to get involved in first? Did you
They had no choice.
Before opening Betty's, Courtney and her husband Mike flipped houses. But Superstorm Sandy changed everything for the family. And so what made you decide, you know what? I think it's time to start a frozen confections business.
We lost our beach house in Sandy, and I just felt like, you know, if I can't enjoy going and sitting on the beach, I might as well open a business and look at the view from this way.
A longtime vegan, Courtney saw a need for something different on the boardwalk. When Betty's first opened, they specialized in 2 organic treats, snowy shave ice and paletas. Paletas are Mexican-style ice pops made with fresh juice and fruit instead of artificial syrup. But why paletas and frozen treats?
Because it gave me the opportunity to create something that was completely creative and all natural, using local fruits and plant-based dyes.
Later, expanding the menu to include vegan gelato made with oat and coconut milk.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I would think that you guys are meeting a moment right now because there's such an awareness of allergies.
We get a lot of calls from nervous moms saying, you know, we've heard that you're an allergy-free spot, you know, we can accommodate them. And it's important for me as a mom, knowing that, you know, my kid can partake in something that other kids can and not feel excluded from a fun dessert.
I couldn't wait to cool down with Betty's signature tribute to Asbury Park, a rainbow pride pop.
Asbury has a very large population of queer people. A lot of our staff is LGBT, and I think that it's important for us to also represent like the people who work with us and like make everything possible.
Eliza showed me the trick to making this 6-layer pop. To make the red layer, organic lemonade is mixed with homemade cherry syrup. Then she uses a turkey baster to squeeze precise amounts into the mold. So you've got to freeze each layer.
We do.
Then put another layer in, freeze that.
Exactly.
Wow! It takes 2 hours for all 6 layers to freeze. Thankfully, I didn't have to wait that long. Wow, that's beautiful.
And what it creates is our pride pop.
Oh my gosh.
Each layer has a different flavor, so it goes cherry, orange, lemon, lime, blue raspberry, and grape.
It tastes like the colors.
Ah, thank you. I mean, if something looks this fun, it's gotta taste pretty.
Of course. This dynamic mother-daughter team lives by a sweet personal mantra.
Life is short.
It is.
Dessert first. Treat yourself.
Life is short, eat dessert first. I like that.
Put it on a t-shirt. There
I
you go.
love this.
You like this?
These are delicious.
The ice cream, all dairy-free and vegan and fantastic.
I would never know that that's dairy-free.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good, and they've got some gluten-free
This
cookies
is
and stuff like that.
The thing
It's
that's
all good.
stressing me out, though, is watching the two of you bite into an ice pop.
That's really? I lick it a little bit first to soften it, then I bite into
But it's still
it.
cold.
And bite hard.
That is cool.
Technique. I like
It's all about technique.
Oh, man.
I think it's too
Hey, play with
These
it.
are, I don't know, it's like a lavender.
Well,
Can
you know-
anybody get this?
Well, sure, if you pay for
I'd
it.
bite into it.
On the full episode of Family Style, we're going to dive into the history of New Jersey boardwalks, including a funnel cake shop that offers just about every topping you can imagine, and one of the oldest saltwater taffy stores in the country. You can catch it this morning at 10:30 on our streaming channel, Today All Day.
Did you check out waffles and ice cream while you were there?
No.
So much to check out.
By the way, I think she was asking if anyone can order.
Yeah, I was actually around the country.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay.
This is
And
worth it.
we'll put it on our website.
Okay.
On Today.com.
Like a hug.
Thanks for
Love
bringing
it.
us in.
Yeah.
All right, just ahead, one of the funniest and busiest comedians around, Joe Koy, is here live to fill us in on his world tour, Broadway, and some really big news he just dropped. Then later, we are feeling thrifty. Fun ways to bring secondhand clothes to life, including some looks straight out of Carrie Bradshaw's closet. We'll be right back.
This morning, we are so excited to catch up with the very talented and very funny Joe Koy.
Fans know him for his wildly popular Netflix comedy specials.
Well, Joe's now going from the stand-up stage to the Broadway stage as a producer for David Byrne and Fatboy Slim's new musical, Here Lives Love.
Oh, and he's also in the middle of a world tour, selling out arenas, making audiences laugh with that very relatable humor. Take a look.
You got to tell them how good they got it. Download a movie in less than 5 minutes, less than that, a minute. 4K, they can watch a movie. You got to tell them how hard we had it, what we had to do for the new movie. New release Tuesdays at Blockbuster Video, where they promised you 100 copies of Jurassic Park. And you got there early and you ran up to that display wall and you flipped every cover and it said out of stock, out of stock, out of stock.
That's true.
That's right.
That's true.
So true.
So true.
They don't even know.
No.
They just download a movie in less than 2 seconds.
Please.
I'm like, man, did you ever wait outside where the little drop, you remember the return slot?
Yes.
You peek through, like, did anyone turn in Jurassic Park?
Be kind, rewind.
Yeah, be kind, rewind.
Bring it all the way home
They have
and it
no
doesn't
idea.
work.
Oh, Joe. I mean, I guess it's not surprising that you signed a deal to do not one, but two more specials with Netflix. You're shooting the next one right here in New York.
I picked Brooklyn. I had to. I played Brooklyn like, I think 3 years ago, the King's Theater, and I just fell in love with it. It was one of those places where you just keep talking about it afterwards, and it was just like, was that real?
That's awesome.
Because one thing that we're missing are just like historical places like that. And that theater, you can feel the energy in the room. You really do feel everything that's been in there.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It lives. It has its own life.
So it's wild that you're on a world tour, and
Thank
I feel like through, you've kind of been a spokesperson for sleep apnea at this point. And people are actually going out and kind of changing their sleep habits.
People are bringing masks to my shows that they wear. They're having me sign those.
Wow.
I don't know if you noticed, but I got lines on my head right now from my mask. I don't want to say anything. That's why I'm kind of sitting at an angle. Yeah. I got the beard now. I got all these lines.
Your CPAP gear.
I can't live without it.
What?
I love it. And anyone that has sleep apnea, please get checked. If the person you're with is saying, hey, I can't sleep because you're snoring, you have it. Fix it.
We're laughing about it, but it's a serious thing.
It's a serious thing.
And
if you don't want to fix it, then die. Bye.
We should point out here that Joe is a lot of things. He is not a medical professional.
No, I'm not.
Joe Koy is not a medical professional.
I love it. Listen, this is a great season. I don't want to overuse the season thing, but it is. You're now making your Broadway producer debut in the musical Here Lies Love, starring an all-Filipino cast. Woo. What can you tell us about it?
It's beautiful, right?
Yeah.
It's like, so this is well, one, my mom, you know what I mean? This is probably something she probably thought would never happen, seeing an all-Filipino cast on Broadway, and it's a musical telling a story about, you know, a piece of our history, and it was bad, but it was also good because it was a very peaceful uprising over the Marcos dictatorship.
A lot of people don't know, so they'll learn. And then also, I read that people can almost be a part of the show. It's like immersive.
It's all immersive. Like people, like you can see the people standing there and dancing in between, you know, certain songs. It's pretty amazing when the stage rotates. It's unlike any other musical you ever seen.
I can't wait. I'm going.
And it's beautiful music, and like you said, David Byrne and Fatboy Slim. It's just amazing.
I love Fatboy Slim.
It's amazing.
So this is a story. One would not think that this would necessarily be the topic for a musical, but it's important that story be told.
Yeah, and it's not only Filipino history; it's American history too. I mean, America had a big part in playing in this too, and it's just beautiful to just see that happened. You know, that was such a peaceful uprising. It could have been bad. So it's just great to actually tell the story, and through singing and dancing, it's like it's the best way to get that message across.
Joe, really quickly before we let you get out of here, as you know, it's been more than 100 days now since the actors' strike started there in Hollywood. What are you hearing? How do you think this thing is going to be resolved, and do you think it's going to be resolved in the short term?
I don't know, and it's sad for me to say because I just want it to resolve. I want people to get back to work. Yeah. There's enough for everybody. You know what I mean? So I just want to see my friends get back to work. I want to get back to work, and there's things I can't even plug right now, and it sucks. But it'll happen.
We want folks to come back on the show to tell us about it, so it's affecting everybody.
Yes, I want to see you guys stop eating popsicles the way you guys did.
Well, you have to.
I want you to know, I was up here cringing watching you guys bite popsicles. You're not supposed to.
Well, you gotta go with the Melvin method.
You make it soft with you make it soft, and then you bite.
What are you talking about? Make it soft.
You make it a little soft.
I watched him. He was the worst one.
No, you make it soft, and then you bite when it's a little soft. Yeah, I didn't bite into a hard popsicle. I bought into
I saw you bite it, and it was pretty gruesome.
Well,
cringed.
That's not the first time he's heard that.
We should mention that Comcast, which owns our parent company, NBC Universal, is one of the entertainment companies represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, and some news group employees are represented by SAG-AFTRA and the WGA. I had to read the disclaimer. All right, Joe, thank you. Tickets for Joe Koy's World Tour and for Here Lies Love on Broadway. Those tickets are available right now.
I mean, you could be more of a delight. Like, you're just so delightful.
Well, he was a little judgy.
Yeah.
You bit a popsicle.
He was a little judgy.
I love it.
Thank
Coming
you.
up, thrift store fashion, how to turn secondhand.
She's got kimchi on her shirt.
I do.
I just want to.
No, look.
You guys do not know how to eat here. None of you. You better get that shirt that they're giving away right now.
I'm trying to hold it like this.
She's trying so hard to cover it up with that. Show it. They got this is HD. Show right
Show
there.
your kimchi.
Can we go to
Kimchi.
commercial?
He's got popsicle on his lips.
We'll be right back. Third hour today.
Did you know it is secondhand shopping week?
Did not.
Did not. There you go. And thrifting clothes isn't just good for the environment, it's also fun. So this morning, we are going to show you how to give those old items new life.
Joining us is stylist and fashion redesigner Kate McGuire. She's designed some of Carrie Bradshaw's thrifted looks from season 2 of the HBO show. And just like that, Kate, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, Kate.
Thank you.
You work your magic here, and I wish I had your talents, but you are going to give us some of your tips. And we're starting off with kind of a men's suit look.
Yeah. Well, just on the Carrie Bradshaw front, I think it's worth touching on that because she loves secondhand clothes, right? She wants to look original. She loves the fact that they've got character, and she knows that if you shop secondhand, you've got a lot more choice about unique.
That's true.
Everybody wants unique, right?
That's true.
So, what I have got here is a classic men's suit, and I'm going to show you today how to convert 3 classic thrift shop items and turn them into amazing, super cool, original looks that you are going to love. All right? Okay. So, and it's so sustainable. I love that you mentioned that. It is the place to shop. You go into a thrift shop, you've got to focus. Go to a place that you know you're looking for. So I say go to the men's section. Okay. So much in there, and you're going to try things on. There's no sizes, so that's quite nice. You feel free in that way. And blazers everywhere. Yeah. You can get these for hundreds of dollars right now in designer shops. And this is identical. It's kind of the boxy, oversized blazer, right? Okay. Really cool. I like styling them with the sleeves up like that. But there's more you can do with this. Okay. So, my favorite thing to do is, and here's my little magic trick, which, this goes wrong.
Yes, of course.
Oh,
okay.
Are you taking
this
it
is
off?
hilarious. Yeah, I'm going to take it off, and that one hasn't worked. But this one is going to.
Okay.
Yay!
Ta-da!
Look at that! Okay.
And just like that.
And just like that.
Minutes, we have so many more. So wait.
Okay, look at this. Oh, God.
I'll pull it while you talk.
You pull it. Okay, there we are.
What is that?
It's like
a vest.
This is a magical
that's gonna be so
sleeve.
cute. Oh.
It's like a prop.
Okay, and what do you do with the ties? Are you going to do something with those?
No, but look at that. Okay, how cool is that as a vest, right? Okay. All you do, cut off the sleeves here, use fabric glue or tape to stick it inside. You do not need to sew.
Oh,
Kate,
none of this is sewing.
And they sell these now, this look.
Kate, let's talk about these ties really quickly here. What do we do with the ties?
Can I really quickly talk about that?
I don't think we're going to have time.
No, but the sleeve.
Okay.
That's the sleeves. I made that out of scissors and glue. You've got to do that because you might want to belt your thing. Okay.
That's really cool.
That's a great look.
I think we don't want to run out of time.
I know, we're going to run
Let's
out of
just come down this way.
But I love these scrunchies out of ties.
Yeah, the scrunchies are cool, right? Out of
We'll put that
tie.
on the website.
Okay. So we're looking for a top. Why are we in the dresses section? Because dresses are not just dresses. They are also tops. Right?
Look at that.
So cut it off to where you want the length. Hem it up. I've just used glue on the bottom there.
And it's a cute little shirt.
It's so sweet. You can wear so much more with a top than you can
And you turn that into more.
Yes.
Go onto YouTube, just Google fabric accessory. I made that in 5 minutes with the fabric I had from the bottom.
Wow. Oh,
and then
that's so
how unique.
Really cute.
So that opens up.
I love it. I love
that.
it. Oh, we have to get to these because they're cute too.
Here we go.
I love
the t-shirts. Okay, very colourful section in the thrift shop. Classic man's t-shirt. I like them because you've got more fabric, more options. Okay, these 3 were that.
So
and now they're different shapes, and I used nothing but a pair of scissors to do this.
Really?
And all you do is make fabric yarn. So you're all going to make a quick bit of fabric yarn. Pick one of those up. Okay. Stretch it out.
Are you going to show us this like on Instagram later or something like that?
Okay. I've made a reel, a tutorial, so you can see exactly what to stretch it out. Now let it go.
No
What have you got?
Oh, yeah.
Yarn.
With a regular t-shirt?
You are a refashion designer officially now. Congratulations.
So then what do you do with this?
You put a pin at the end like that.
Okay.
Needle and thread.
That's a needle and thread.
Tiny slits wherever you want strategically.
Really cute.
Weave it through, gather it in.
Look at these sleeves.
Wow.
Where was this when I went to the Beyonce concert? I was trying to like make I was trying to make the Renaissance t-shirt cute. Like look at this.
Oh, hold on just a sec. Wait, hold on.
What? What's he going?
Tell me how it works. Stop it. Oh, stop it.
What did he do?
Oh my gosh.
What do you pull? I was getting a little nervous. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well,
This
back
is
to school.
amazing.
And we're going to put this on the
Yeah, I really love that you made the
website.
scrunchies out of the ties.
And look at this one with the pink and green.
Yeah.
Hey, for
Your
more
kids
information, you can
are gonna
head to
love
our
this.
Today Show
Thank you.
Instagram page to check out Kate's t-shirt tutorial.
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right, up next, you're so good. Grammy and Pulitzer Prize winner Rhiannon Giddens is here to perform new music that will put a smile on your face. We have been so excited to hear from her this morning. We'll be right back.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
This morning, we have a Grammy and Pulitzer Prize winner. Rhiannon Giddens bursts onto the scene with the Carolina Chocolate Drops in 2005. In her solo career, she's performed everything from folk to opera, always creating music with a message. And her new album is called You're the One. Welcome. Thank you for coming in this morning.
Thanks for having us. I've been a fan for years. You are so talented. You cross genres. And then last year I talked to you and your creative partner, Michael Abels, ahead of Omar, which I think, if I remember correctly, premiered at Spoleto down in Charleston. You won the Pulitzer for it.
We did.
How does that feel? You're a Pulitzer Prize winner now.
I mean, I still kind of have to fight the urge to giggle. Because it's in my bio now, it's people introduce me and I'm like, what? Are they talking about me? It's amazing.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I think one of the things I'm proud of most is that it's the first Pulitzer that's been given to a duo, a composer duo, and it's just also proving that there's not any one way to be a composer. You know what I mean? And collaboration is everything.
Yeah. Wow. I like that.
I can't wait to hear. What are you performing now?
We're playing You're the One, which is the title cut for the new song, and it's a song I wrote about my kids.
Oh, all right.
Take it away.
Rhiannon Giddens.
Were my one and only, and I knew that you would always know me, 'cause you were the one, kept me from feeling so sad and lonely in my life, and I never knew life could be so wonderful, that there could be someone who was so beautiful, and I never knew that I could be so like you, and I wanna love you forever, and I'll be with you for worse and for better, and I never thought I'd fall. You're the one. I thought my life was drawn shades of gray, and that was how I would live my everyday, and aimless, no direction found. My destiny was going through the motions of a life, and then you came along with your sweet, sweet smile, and then you put your cheek right next to mine, and all those shades of gray slowly turned into Technicolor world, and I'm gonna love you forever, and I'll be with you for worse and for better, and I never thought I'd fall, and I'm gonna love you forever, and I'll be with you for worse and for better, and I never thought I'd fall.
Man. Wow. Man. Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Your goodness just oozes out,
Thank
right?
you.
You are. Beautiful.
Thank you as well. Thank you,
Brandon,
guys.
thank you. Riablum's album, You're the One. It's out Friday, and you can catch her on tour now, right?
It's soon.
Soon. In September, which is right around the corner. All right, we'll be right back. Beautiful.
Tomorrow on the third hour of the day, we're going to catch up with the stars of a new Broadway show about the making of Jaws. You're going to need a bigger theater.
You are a big fan.
I am.
I love that. All right, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, comedian Michelle Collins.
We will see you tomorrow, everybody. So close, almost made it to the end of the show.
You had 4 words.
So close. Have a great Wednesday. Wonderful.
I was like rooting for it, though.
Today, get ready for a little sex ed. Intimacy expert Shan Boodram dishes on love and attraction and has tips to spice up your relationship. Plus, the ultimate comfort food kicked up a notch. Maine's cooking cousins serve up some lobster grilled cheese. And check out People Magazine's newest cover girl. It is Jenna, and we're talking about it. It's Today with Hoda and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hey everybody, welcome in. It is August the 16th. Oh wait, am I following you? Well, you know what? I'm sorry. It's a big day around here, and I think life is meant to be celebrated. It is meant to be enjoyed.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow, you guys are, there's a lot of me. I'm a little embarrassed.
Okay, so if you haven't figured it out yet, Jenna is on the cover of People Magazine, and you look good, girl.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to say congratulations. Jenna's rarely uncomfortable or feeling like what's going on. This is one of those moments.
Well, I mean,
come on.
Really large.
But here's the thing. Look, here's your quote. I'm not afraid to be myself.
Are you? I know. I'm not afraid to be myself.
You're not.
But
you are unabashedly 100% yourself. People ask me all the time, you know, what's Jenna like? What's Jenna this, Jenna that? My kids, when they play Hoda and Jenna, they both want to be Jenna, which I find annoying, but they want to know that. And that's so true. Like since day one, even when you had every right to be afraid, every right to wonder, like, what are the boundaries here? How do I do it? You just did you.
Yeah. I mean, and now I am a little afraid to be myself because it's a lot of me right now. But I feel like some people are like, well, why is that hard to be yourself? Why is it hard?
It's hard.
I actually do think it's hard.
It is hard.
And I know that there were times in my life where I was not that, and college and right after, I think I was sort of embarrassed about who I was.
Yeah. Yes.
And so to feel this way now is actually an incredible thing.
Yes.
And I do think, I the more I've thought about it, the fact that I wasn't raised to be perfect.
I got to say, your parents, because most people whose parents are in any kind of a spotlight, much less like yours, but I'm talking about anyone, whether your dad is, a city council member, it doesn't matter. You're always worried, like, you want to make sure
and
you do your family proud.
Yes,
no matter what.
As parents now, don't you sometimes find yourself saying, saying like, come on, stand up, we're in public, stop. Tuck in your shirt or whatever it is.
Right.
Like, we just didn't have those expectations on us, which allowed us to make mistakes, and therefore I can be a happy adult, and I'm just so grateful for that.
By the way, if there's a teaching moment to take away from that for all of us, because I think we all do that. So is it sort of weird though?
Yes.
Is it a little bit weird?
It's really weird.
But
I'm scared to go to like an airport. No, but also, I mean, wow.
But here's what you've done since you came here, for me to speak for a second. You joined the show 4 years ago or so, right? And you had been a teacher. You worked really, really, really hard here. You stepped into a role that you were unfamiliar with. You handled it with all of the grace. And, whether you were you're always funny, but on rare occasion, if somehow you felt like you hurt someone's feelings, it was like bone crushing for you. I remember you're like, did I hurt? Are they upset? Like it matters to you. You do care when someone feels like even just everything's inadvertent. But I just have to say, the way you've grown, not just on this show, how you've built this your whole book situation. You built that from the ground up. You have a company now. You've done all these things. Why? Because you're working and working and working at it. Y'all, Jenna is something. Jenna, you deserve to be on the cover of People magazine, and I encourage people to read it because it's one of those things that everyone's afraid to be themselves. I mean, for me personally, it took me 20 years in this business to be myself. I was terrified. Because if they don't like me, then they don't like me, not the person I'm presenting.
Yeah, it's a interesting thing. I think like the one thing that I've also learned, and I'm happy about it, and I feel like both of us are kind of navigating this together, is like, I'm happy to share my story. Like, I'm pretty open, so are you. But it is interesting as parents when we have to navigate what to share about others. How much of others, and that I feel like I've kind of reined in.
You have.
And I'm happy about that. Like, I just feel like it's interesting to figure out those boundaries.
By the way, what do your kids and what does Henry think of this?
Oh, well, Henry keeps going, there's Jenna. She's not afraid to be herself. There's Mom. She's still not scared to just be just herself. Anyway, thank you to People
Congratulations.
Magazine.
Very cool. Very cool. Proud of you, Jenna.
Okay,
Proud
thank you.
Right.
Okay, whew.
Now we can move on.
It's over. Oh my gosh. Okay, our friend Andy Cohen.
Yes, what did
had
he
a
do?
sleepover with John Mayer. Okay, they're besties. And they were in the Hamptons going to see Ed Sheeran. Remember that concert we heard about?
Everyone was talking about. Yeah.
So this is the picture that Andy posted.
By the way, how cute are they
They're
as besties?
such besties.
They're just so cool. Okay, so he posted a photo, Andy did, of his mother, Andy's mom, steaming John's shirt. And the comment was, my mom stops at nothing to help other house guests out.
How cute is that?
I mean, look at John sitting there with his hand on his mouth while mom is steaming it.
I love Andy's parents.
By the way, Andy's Andy's himself.
Yes.
He probably had the same kind of
Had parents that just empowered him.
Yeah, you do you.
And how sweet is that she's down there. We need to go on a trip.
Me and you?
Yeah, I mean, we went on a trip.
Yeah.
We went to Jazz Fest.
Yes, we did.
But we've never really had a slumber party.
No, we haven't had a slumber party in the same room.
No, which maybe that's too far. I don't know.
It isn't. A slumber party's fun. We should do it.
Sleep in the same room?
Yeah. We should have a slumber party.
Okay. Where are we going?
I don't know. We're going to figure it out. But we're going to shoot it. We'll have a slumber party and we'll shoot part of it.
Is there stuff your mom does for you?
What do you mean?
Hoda's mom shops. Did your mom buy this?
Yeah. My mom.
Hoda's mom buys every outfit.
By the way, and every outfit for my kids.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. She always goes, what's their sizes now? I go, Haley's around an 8, 10, and Hope's
She's
around
really
a 5,
good.
6.
She would have been a stylist.
She
could have been a
good.
stylist.
Like, now that, it's time for school clothes, I'm like, Mom, can you do what you do? But she really loves it. But I love that my mom's doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, and making me feel like.
Because she also loves it.
She loves it.
And she knows y'all better than anybody.
Yes.
So she knows what looks good on you.
I used to hate going clothes shopping with my mom. She'd want to stay in the dressing room for hours and try on a million things. I couldn't bear it. But now I'm so grateful.
Yeah, that she'll just send it your way. You don't even have to shop.
All right.
Okay, remember a few weeks ago we talked about Keke Palmer and Usher. They made headlines because they danced at his concert.
Yeah.
Well, now.
Well, during that time, you know what the whole thing was? Kiki's
her
partner was
wasn't
like,
happy.
wait, what's going on?
Because he posted something wrote on her Instagram, right?
Yeah, like you're like a mom. Why are you wearing that? Or I can't remember. Something about her
something.
outfit and the whole 9.
Well, now they're having fun with it.
Who's they?
Keke and Usher. Because Usher's new music video for Boyfriend just dropped this morning, and it stars Keke.
Let's look.
Somebody said that your boyfriend was looking for me. That's cool, yeah. If he can find a way to get in your mind, say he won't be, that's all that he gotta do. I go wherever you go. I go wherever you go. I go wherever you go. I go wherever you go.
Oh. Wait, where was she waking up?
Whoa.
Oh, her own
Her
bed.
own bed.
Okay, but they were dressed alike.
I guess if the boyfriend's in on it and thinks it's funny,
The
then it's
boyfriend,
cute.
in my opinion, the boyfriend has to be in on this.
it. Right, because she wasn't, yeah.
She wouldn't. Kiki's
She wouldn't
awesome.
do that.
No, she wouldn't
do
make him
that to
feel bad.
All right.
But also, Keke has new music out, which I'm looking forward to.
I love her.
Me too.
All right, coming up next, one of the funniest people we know, Michelle Collins,
Oh, we're
is
so
here.
happy she's here. She's going to break down some hot new trends just for us right after this.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We are so happy when our girl Michelle Collins stops by. Not only is she hilarious, but she's always in the know.
Always. So it's time for another edition of Trend Better. All right, Michelle, you're going to tell us about some trends, and you're going to tell us whether or not you approve of the trend.
Well, I hope I approve of some of them. First of all, congrats to Jenna. Both of you stunning
Come
as always.
on, come on,
Amazing.
Jenna.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay.
People
okay.
Magazine,
Yeah,
girl.
big deal.
Hello, my
Thank you.
favorite crossword. All right, trend number 1, doing a pull-up. Now, okay, Wall Street Journal, they're saying that women, middle-aged women like myself, their only physical goal now is to learn how to do a single pull-up.
Wait, what?
That is the fitness flex.
Oh
now,
my gosh.
I am a strong woman, but I also have a big skeleton. I have never been able to do a single pull-up.
I don't think I can do a
Not
pull-up.
one. Not a single
I don't
one.
believe. Hoda.
No,
Hoda,
remember the arm. Do you
do we
remember
have a bar here for Hoda?
Did you
Bring
ever,
the bar out.
Did you ever do the arm hang?
Yeah.
Did you ever have to hang with your?
You can
that
do that.
was hard.
Yeah, but you can do it.
I
But
arm hang was
doing
okay.
a full pull-up, I
Full
wish we had a
pull-up.
bar so that Hoda
Okay,
could prove
all right,
herself wrong.
okay.
Well, not just that, but I have long arms, so it's an extra foot.
Yeah.
And I weigh a ton. Okay, so that's a new thing. I'm giving this trend 4 out of 5 Michelle Obama arms. Where are those? They're my arm queen. We love it. I just wheel my luggages. You know my thing. Okay, next trend,
What is
vacation anxiety, girls. People, very American trend.
Yeah, I was
People
gonna say.
are now afraid to go on vacation because they're afraid they're going to lose their job. They're afraid to take time away from the office.
Because
Now-
they're afraid. Oh.
Because they don't want to be gone and then get forgotten about. Now, I travel all the time. To be fair, I am out of work. Where's my camera? But I'll say that. To
You
be
are
fair.
not out of work, girl. You are a comedian.
Yes.
You have a gig tonight at Joe's Pub.
I do 5 nights at Joe's Pub. Everyone should come.
Okay, that doesn't seem out of work to me.
Yeah, you're right. That's nice of you to say. Anyway, no, so people are afraid, and I think that's ridiculous. You know, I don't know about you girls. Hoda, you were just out last week. You're still here.
Yeah, I'm still
so
here.
why are people worried?
People, you know what? I think you have to be able to take your vacation time.
I
But
totally
that's the
agree.
fear that
But
someone's
that's
gonna
the
lose their
only
job.
anxiety, or there are some other anxieties like
There's just
children meltdowns.
No,
and
they're
such.
saying that they're afraid to take a break because they don't want to come back to an empty cubicle. And that is America for you. Now, I give this trend 2 out of 5 out of Alpha emails. Where are those little emails? I never leave those. I just let people wait for my response.
totally.
I'm like, now I'm gone.
Yeah, bye.
Don't mind your business.
All right, what's another one?
Next trend, I love this. It's called dark room core restaurants. Dark room restaurants, eating in the dark. The New York Times are reporting dining aesthetics, going to a restaurant where it's, look at this, completely dark, one little red light district over your head. Here's some photos. I don't know about you girls, when I'm in a restaurant, first thing to do, hair in the food. Like, I need to know, what am I eating? What's on the plate? What color is it? What is my meat cooked to the correct temperature?
By the way, that's it. Yes.
Yes.
And you kind of want to see the person across from you,
Yes,
right?
Sometimes. You're not on the apps, Jenna. Sometimes it is better to be in the dark, I'll be honest with you.
So why are people into that trend? They just like the vibe?
I think that we're just looking for anything to feel again. Don't you guys think? Like, what's going to make me uncomfortable? Okay, I'll eat in the pitch freaking black.
That's true.
And then the shock if you are on a date going outside in the sunlight, not for me. I give this trend 1 out of 5 iPhone flashlights. Anything worse than people whipping out that iPhone flashlight in a restaurant?
I know, but I've had to do it when I couldn't read the
Sometimes
menu.
you can see the menu better.
I know, but then
I know
feel
it's bad.
it
I know it's
sucks.
embarrassing, but that's the age we are now. Sometimes I can't see.
I would rather have like a full magnifying. I don't know. There's something about that light I don't like.
I know what you mean.
Do we have one more trend
Sure.
time?
Yes,
Okay,
we
this
do.
is my trend that I'm inventing.
You've started a trend.
I believe so for me. It's concert traveling. Now, I was very lucky. I saw Beyonce in Warsaw, Poland.
Wait, what?
About a month ago. The reason being, the tickets were about 75% cheaper.
Oh my
True
gosh.
story, in Poland than in America, London, anywhere else. We had the best time. I went with my friend Lucas. The seats were like this. I've never had more ass room in my life. I'm telling you, aisles left and right. There was people respectful, sitting, standing at the right times. Heaven on earth. I'm recommending to people, if you want to see someone spread out, it's sometimes cheaper to fly literally somewhere else.
Yeah, and
But
you
how-
also live in Europe.
Yeah.
I love when you say it. Like, can I
You're
be honest? When you
European.
say it, it does
You
make
live
me...
in Europe.
You live in Europe.
She left.
So
The
how was
best
the concert, by the way? How was Beyonce and Blue Ivy and everybody?
I have to tell you, in my life, I've never been more inspired. I really mean it. I've never seen a concert where my head said, how did people, even if it's 100 people, think to put a creative thing like this together? And her talent, her beauty, the costumes. You guys are you going?
Well, we
I
want to
think
go.
we need to travel.
We have to travel to go. We want to hear about you at Joe's Pub.
Yes.
So what is the show like? What happens when you step out on the stage?
Okay, I am wearing a gown. I'm very excited about it. Some light shapewear. And I get out on stage. I'm opening with a song. I end with a song. I tell stories. There's a gorilla involved. I know that sounds crazy. It's all true.
You sing.
I do sing, Hoda.
I
love
wish you
to
would sing right now. We want you to.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of Born a Woman.
By the way,
that wasn't great. I can go high. Come to Joe's Pub. There are a few tickets
By
left.
the way, that's
Yo,
really
No,
good.
Hoda, come on.
No,
Stop, you guys.
You guys, she's here not
Oh my
just for
God.
tonight, but for the next 4 nights.
It's tonight through Friday and the next Monday and Tuesday.
You guys
the weekend
get
I'm
your
off.
tickets to see our girl.
Way to go, Michelle.
Thank you.
Michelle, we
That was
love
nothing.
you.
It's going to be a lot of fun, I promise. I love you guys. Thank you for having me back.
Oh my gosh, we
It's
adore
singing
you.
like
She's a
that.
beautiful
No,
voice.
Jenna,
voice.
come on.
You do.
You're embarrassing me.
Okay, y'all, go see Michelle at Joe's Pub. Get tickets.
Yep.
Okay, coming up next, y'all, summer's newest romance reality show. It's called The Marriage Pact. And the host is here to answer your sex and relationship questions right after this.
That was horrible.
We have a question for you. Can one of your best friends turn into one of your best lovers?
Okay, that's the saucy question put to the test. And Roku's reality show, The Marriage Pact, where friends must decide if they're meant to say I do.
It is hosted by sex and relationship expert Shan Boudram, and today she's here to answer some of your burning questions. First of all, it's so great to have you here.
Thank you so much.
This is such an interesting concept because I think a lot of people, a lot of women have a male best friend, and there's always a wonder, like, could it possibly happen? So you've done the experiment. So what have you learned?
It's fascinating because in my younger years, I think I would get offended if a friend tried to make something more. Like, I thought we were just friends, but it's natural. I mean, as co-hosts, it's almost impossible not to become friends or lovers or enemies, right?
Did you say as co-hosts?
As co-hosts, the two of us.
All right,
we're not
continue.
enemies or lovers, but we are friends.
You are friends.
Yes.
When you work so intimately with somebody and you spend time with them, it's the natural for the relationship to deepen in some capacity.
Yeah.
So the marriage pact is people who are saying, okay, we have this great thing here. Could it be more?
Yeah, and it did for a couple.
For a couple.
Yes.
For a couple
so two of them got married, and 4 of them didn't. So
did they remain friends?
No, right?
Yeah,
So when we
'cause
talked about the range of enemies
yeah.
to lovers to friends to coworkers, the relationship definitely changes, sometimes for the better, always for the better, but not always how they hoped for.
Oh, that's
okay,
interesting.
that's super interesting. So can we talk about sex?
Yes! I was waiting for it. Let's do it.
You like how I said that? Wow, that came out.
Yeah.
Okay, so some couples may find themselves in a rut. You have advice on this, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's important to note that the brain is not as complicated as we think. So some people are like, we want to spice things up. Let's go to Cancun and do something crazy. Sometimes it's as simple as changing the lighting, changing the time of day, just the little small things that you do. To me, the greatest trick of all time is to be authentic. If I'm not doing this 5, 6, 7, 8 script, and I'm naturally responding to how you smell today, how you feel today, it's going to be different because we're constantly changing. So always try to be mindful, try to tap in with the authentic experience. You're never going to run out of ideas. But if you want to go a little bit crazier than that, I think a good thing to do is think of past, present, or future as a way to introduce things to your partner. Past, what we did in the past, I really love that. What do you think about that? You know, present, here's what I'm really feeling today. How are you feeling? And then future, I like to use the trick of like, I had a dream. So something we haven't done. I had this dream about us.
Ooh, that's good.
Right?
That's a good one. I had a dream.
Yeah.
I had a dream, even if you didn't have a dream,
You
it
could
could
just
come
make
true.
it up.
Yeah.
Make up your, So what if your partner is kind of a guy who likes things routine? Like that's just the way he is, and you married him and you know that, and that's how he is. How can you get someone like that to try to change?
You find the routine, and then you take a little step outside.
Okay. Yeah.
Not a big cha-cha-cha.
Don't do something so
Right.
big.
You take a little step outside, and then let them feel the positivity of that. So talk about, oh my God, that was amazing. You have to give them incentive to want to try new things.
Right.
Let's talk about consistency.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
How important is that for
And how
long-term
often?
couples?
Yeah.
That they stay and how often? I mean, I know it's different for every couple.
Yeah, I think as somebody who has 2 kids, I definitely go through times where we're really consistent and times we're not. I spent 6 weeks apart from my husband this summer, and it was just fine by myself. So,
and it's important not to like get in where you're feeling bad about things.
Yes.
Right?
And that's the perfect word, is feeling bad, because healthy intimacy should make you feel good, and it is additive. But then we also talked about this off camera, that sometimes it's kind of like going to the gym. You don't want to do it, but after you do feel better. So you do have to encourage yourself, but also acknowledge what way makes me feel good and what's good for the relationship.
So every couple is different, but is there some kind of overall number? Like, how often? People always wonder, because you don't ask every couple, how often are you guys having sex? We're having it once a week or whatever.
Let me flip this and say, no more than 2 times a week will you see the benefits. So in terms of the health benefits, we're talking about the big O. But if you're having good, connected intimacy that includes that, more than 2 times a week, you're just getting extra credit. It's not really doing much. But for your health, for your relationship, for your self relationship, 2 times a week is probably a good time to...
2 times a week.
2 times a week.
But if you do less, that's okay. 2 is...
Yeah, I think like not making yourself... 2 is, Okay.
2 is good.
All right, let's talk about... you know, you just said you're a mom of 2.
Yes.
There is something about women's changing bodies that can sort of hinder, you know? Like right after you have kids, I'll speak for myself, I wasn't really that into it.
Yeah.
It can change, but how important is confidence when it comes to...
Everything. I think especially for women, Esther Perel says women's #1 turn on is themselves. So after my second kid, I definitely felt completely different. So I had to unfollow a bunch of accounts and refollow people who I felt represented the way that I saw myself sensually, because it was very different pre-kids to post-kids, and I had to see that reflected. I'd see women who did what I did, show themselves in a sensual way, so I could say, okay, I can do that.
Well, often when you have children, your priorities obviously shift completely.
And they should.
And they should. But how do you make sure that your relationship still stays paramount? Because without that, you know, the rest of the foundation kind of crumbles.
I think you find your flow and you check in for what's important to you. And I think that it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. So each dynamic has something different. You always have to give a little bit more of yourself, but sometimes giving space is actually giving to the relationship. So it's unique. And then when you have a family, it's different people at different time need more. And if you're willing to be communicative about that and complain. You know what I mean? It's really important to be able to say to your partner, like, I'm feeling neglected. And they're like, girl, I know. It's really hard right now, and I'm sorry I can't give you more. And I see that for you, but just give me some time for this. So I think it's okay
to say...
to complain, but knowing that things can't change right now.
Speaking of Esther Perel, a lot of people call you the new Esther Perel.
Who said that?
Me.
Jen, you're lying.
Me, I said that this morning in the makeup room. Because it is, you know, you have really started talking about this. You're in an open marriage, right?
Yes, I am.
What is that dynamic like?
We started out that way. At a time I met my partner, we kind of like a marriage pact. We were just friends, and we got into a different kind of relationship, and it just worked for us. Lack of territorialism, freedom, the trust for each other. So as our relationship grew, it just didn't make sense to change that component because nobody was abusing it. We both felt celebrated.
Communication seems
the
to be
communication
important.
was
Did
good.
the kids change it, having kids?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I would call our relationship more free than open because the structure changes. I just don't have the time for anybody else to be my partner right now. If it came up, you know, if some camera person was real cute and I had extra time, it's open.
Their eyes have little hearts in them.
That hasn't happened. So if it did, I'd have a conversation with my partner. But I think it's important that we trust each other as adults to make our own decisions. And so far, that's worked out wonderfully. So we'll keep it up.
Okay, well,
Thank
you're awesome. Thank you so much.
You can catch Shan on The Marriage Pact. It's streaming for free, by the way, on the YouTube channel.
So much
Thank
fun.
you, Hoda.
And coming up next, y'all, Maine's cooking cousins with the ultimate weeknight comfort food. Right after this.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, we cannot let summer go by without indulging on the season's best catch. We're talking lobster.
And by the way, who better to whip up something amazing for us than the founders of Cousins Maine Lobster, Sabin Lomack and Jim Salikas.
Yes.
It's good to see both of y'all.
Great to be back. Thank you.
You had your first food truck when?
2012.
How many do you have now?
We have 60 now and 8
60
restaurants.
and 8
restaurants. That is amazing.
Come on.
By the way, you see them everywhere, which is
They're
so
all
awesome.
over.
You guys want one?
Yeah,
We franchise
you guys got one.
Tough
Okay.
vetting process, you know?
Franchisees.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got two great dishes. We've got a grilled cheese lobster and a
Lobster
taco.
Okay, let's start with the grilled cheese. What do we need?
So we're starting with this Texas-style toast, and it's real important to get butter all over
Look at that.
every part.
Oh my
Is
gosh.
this kind of like your childhood?
Serious.
You do it on, you
Both
butter it,
sides,
real butter
yeah.
both
The
sides.
Texas toast plus the lobster really seems like a perfect idea.
Well, yeah, and then you get that's what you
Hear
want.
the sizzle. So when you're thinking about the cheese for this, what do you like? What do
I'm
you
thinking
select?
obviously whatever you love, and
Yeah.
whatever you think is most healthy for cheese.
Yeah.
But no, just kidding. But for
Whatever
this,
you
we're
got.
going pepper jack
Yum.
and an American, yellow American.
Okay.
But if you want cheddar, I mean, whatever strikes your fancy, throw it on
Talk
there.
about getting that lobster. Can you go to just like your local fish market and ask for pieces, or what would you do for this?
Yeah.
Well, I'd go to cousinsmainelobster.com.
I set you up.
But no, really, like you can go. Listen, depending if you're in Maine, New England, wherever you like to go, claw and knuckle meat, if that's what we find to be the most sweet and tender. Or some people love the tail. But for the grilled cheese, we go claw and knuckle, put in a little bit of lemon butter, and once that's warm, after 30 or 40 seconds.
Can I ask
we
a
have our
question? Is
finished
that was
product.
steamed and ready to go? You just stuck it in butter?
Yep.
Okay.
And we also say too, like wherever you get the lobster, but make sure it's from Maine.
Yeah.
You know, that's the biggest thing is make sure you're
at
treating
that.
yourself
Look
to
what's
the
going
best.
on.
Yeah, because if you're
Look
going
at
to eat
this.
lobster, you might as well.
I want to see you put that.
This dish was made to recreate your childhood.
Of
So
course.
that was our goal as a business to recreate our childhood. Oh, look at Hoda
Wow,
going
it's
there.
actually
Look at
Hoda
Hoda
with
with the flip.
Wow.
Look at Hoda with the flip.
Expert.
Unbelievable.
She's
All right,
hired.
Are we going for a bite?
Yeah, we're going for a bite.
Jim.
We're not wasting any time here.
Okay, so and drum roll,
God.
drum roll.
That
Cousins,
is so
do it again.
That
All
was
right.
a delayed drum roll.
Can you eat this in your food truck?
You can eat it wherever you, even in the shower.
That's a weird spot to eat it.
Well,
But I like it. I like it. Yeah.
That's yummy. All right, Jenna.
So
you
come
go.
on down.
Okay,
So,
let's talk
so,
tacos.
so we're gonna do lobster tacos. We started the business in Los Angeles, so we knew we had to create a kind of a fun dish for the Los Angelinos. We're making lobster tacos. Do you want to, Jim? Do you want to dice?
I really didn't want to do much. I was just
know.
going to kind of watch you.
So we're gonna do a little
Cabbage.
cabbage for the crunch. So you know when you have tacos, like a nice part of it is the texture. So we have a little crunch. We're gonna throw some flour tortillas
I don't
down.
think anyone wants tacos. They're just loving the grilled cheese.
I mean, I can't
Let's just
stop.
leave. We're going to end this segment.
Wait, are y'all real cousins?
We are real
We are.
cousins. I'm the smart one.
Sometimes
Jim's
it's good.
the.
By the way,
I'm the one that came up with the idea. The reason he's here is because of my idea.
That is hot.
Oh, I love that picture.
Oh, that was
of
us
y'all.
on the little beach in
Is
Maine.
that your grandpa?
That was my grandfather.
How lovely.
Yeah, that's my grandfather.
Okay,
Okay.
oops, we overdid it.
Oh, see, he's already burnt something.
Well, hey, listen. We have a fire on the set. No one get
He's not
alarmed.
even
Come on
taking it
down.
off.
Come on down,
That's
Jenna.
like-
So, so lobster tacos, you're gonna have some. We use like kind of flour street tacos.
Yeah, I like that.
But you can use whatever tacos you like.
Okay.
We're gonna. You want to mix them up?
Sure,
Come on,
sure.
Get to work.
I'm like,
Why don't you use this burnt one?
Go. That's a long story.
Okay, so you just put,
Maine lobster.
Yeah, and can it be warm?
Yes, warm Maine lobster, claw
Okay.
knuckle meat, a little bit of cabbage for the crunch.
Got it.
We have a
Pico de
pico de
gallo.
gallo. Go for it. And then we have a little cilantro lime sauce, yogurt, some sour
we
cream,
don't
some
wanna skip on
chipotles.
anything.
Yeah. And then
Look,
we
that's-
have some cilantro, which is
Cilantro.
floating around here somewhere.
Yeah.
Right there. Use that
Yeah.
garnish for some
Why
right
not
there.
use this thing?
Okay, great. And so this is like a really light, fresh take on a taco. Sometimes you eat tacos and you feel really full and
Yeah.
guilty. These are extremely
Ooh, pass it
light,
around.
and you're gonna love them.
And it's our second bestseller after the rolls. So on any truck or restaurant throughout the country.
Really?
Because
these
a
are the
lobster
second
taco is
bestseller.
delicious.
Yeah. So
A little fun fact was when my parents went back to the White House with the Obamas, they served lobster enchiladas in honor of my parents' love of Maine and Texas.
That's awesome.
Oh my God. I know.
See, she's got the main roots.
I've got the main roots.
You got the main roots.
Y'all, there's nobody that has
Heavenly.
better lobster. Everybody knows that than you guys.
No question.
Thank you.
All right,
Yummy.
you can get these recipes at today.com/food.
Coming up next, we're taking a trip down memory lane. This day in pop star history. Right after this.
Oh my God.
This is.
We're always talking about what's hot right now, but today we thought it'd be fun to throw in reverse in a segment we call
This Day in Pop History. So today, got away August the 16th. So what happened on this day years ago? First up, let's say we go back to 1985. So on this day, Madonna and Sean Penn got married. It was a cliffside manor in Malibu surrounded by a star-studded group of people.
Wow.
The who's who of the 80s, including Christopher Walken, Tom Cruise, Andy Warhol was there, Cher was there.
Oh my gosh, look at
hair.
Cher. Thank you for taking me back. The couple met when Sean visited the set of Madonna's music video for Material Girl just 7 months before the wedding.
Wow.
By the way, on this day in 1986, just in time for their 1-year anniversary, Madonna's song Papa Don't Preach hit #1 on the charts.
Wow.
The song has more staying power than the marriage, though, which ended in 1989.
All right, what else happened on this day? We're going to go back to 1962. It was on this day that drummer Pete Best was fired by his band. He would be replaced by a guy named Richard Starkey, who would all come to know better. We'd all learn to know that he was Ringo Starr.
Wow.
He joined the Beatles.
That was when the band started.
Yeah.
Okay, what else happened on this day? Here we go. We have a couple of major birthdays. First up, going back to Madonna. She is celebrating her birthday today. Also, Angela Bassett, who was born the same year, and Steve Carell celebrates today. Oh, wait. There's one more, right?
Oh, we saved the best one for last, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Kathy Lee Gifford's birthday. KLG, happy birthday. She's living her best life in Nashville. Never been happier. Enjoying another big birthday.
Happy birthday, KLG.
Kath.
We love ya. All right, I like this music, too. Coming up next, y'all, the Grammy-winning singer whose soulful voice Hoda fell madly in love with.
We're talking about Rhiannon Giddens. She's here, and she's going to perform for us right after this.
Every wish and the cure to my fever.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Now to a special artist we are so excited about. She's not only a singer and a songwriter, she's also a 2-time Grammy winner, a MacArthur Genius Grant recipient, and most recently, a Pulitzer Prize winner.
Isn't that amazing?
Yes, we don't know what to
Her
say.
name is Rhiannon Giddens, and we are so excited to have her here today to perform a song off her upcoming solo album, You're the One. It's your first album where it's all original songs.
Yeah, how does it feel to be putting that out into the world?
It feels amazing, you know? It's like my first original record at 46, and I'm like, it was just the right time.
Right on time.
I took my time.
That's so awesome. By the way, everybody knows you from a bunch of different things. We saw you in the Peace Train video with Cat Stevens.
Hoda played that. It might have been streamed billions of times by Hoda alone.
I was like, listen to her, listen to her, listen to her. What was it like? This was obviously about social change too. What was it like being a part of this?
It was amazing, and it was done during the pandemic, and so there's all these people from all over the world trying to, make a statement while we're all so separated by what was going on. It was really incredible boost of energy during that time.
Love it.
And you also won a Pulitzer, as we mentioned, for an opera that you wrote. I mean, were you born just a wild genius?
You know what my talent is? My talent is I know who to collaborate with. So I get an opportunity to tell a story that will highlight some of the diverse American storytelling, and then I find my collaborator with Michael Abels with the opera.
Love that. Well, what are you going to sing for us today?
I'm going to sing Too Little, Too Late.
All right.
Too bad.
Too late, too bad.
See you on your knees as I go walking by, begging, darling, baby, please don't leave me high and dry. Well, I tell you right now, my dear old used to be, that ship it ain't just sailed, it's way on out to sea, and getting smaller every minute. It's too little, too late, too bad. I was the last chance that love you've ever had. Too many lies, too many alibis. Too little, too late, too bad. Every night I wait for you to stumble through that door with the smell of cheap perfume and ready for a war. And like a fool I want you, and like a fool I cry. And like a fool I want you, we're about to turn the tide. I was wrong, yeah. It's too little, too late, too bad. I was the last chance at love you've ever had. Too many lies, too many alibis. Too little, too late, too bad. You said you were gonna change, you liar. You said you were gonna set my world on fire. I'm getting mighty tired of your little infatuations. Now I'm gonna change my situation. Yeah. You swore up and down, stop getting in your kicks.
my God, that's very anthemy. That's very anthemy.
I know.
Oh my God.
That is incredible.
You are amazing.
Thank
you know what I love about you? Everything. You sing in your bare feet.
Yes.
Is your husband back there somewhere?
There he is.
My partner.
Partner.
Well, we're into you. That was a beautiful song. Thank you.
Incredible.
Rihanna's album, You're the One, drops this Friday.
You guys
Pick
get
up.
it.
That
Get
was
it.
awesome.
We'll be back right after this.
Oh my God.
Genius.
From the first
Every night I wait for you.
Oh my God.
Oh, their birthday. They're twins.
12 years old. Happy
How much
birthday.
fun is that?
Tomorrow, actress and singer Idina Menzel will be here.
Yes, Bobby sits down with the beauty icon who turned her business into a multi-million-dollar brand.
See you Thursday.
Yeah, today's Wednesday. Bye.
Bye.
The surf, the sand, and endless waves of Boardwalk Bites. For generations, millions of Americans have been flocking to New Jersey's iconic beaches. In the early 20th century, the Jersey Shore pioneered boardwalk culture in the United States, introducing new forms of entertainment, gaming, and nightlife. However, any trip to the shore just wouldn't be complete without the food, of course. So come along as we hit the boardwalk for a tasty trip down memory lane. Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Atlantic City is home to America's first boardwalk. This seaside town flourished in the late 1800s, thanks in large part to Dr. Jonathan Pitney, who saw a lucrative opportunity.
Atlantic City became the resort it is now when some genius thought of a way to get from Philadelphia to the ocean. And he drew a straight line almost, and they built a railroad. For the first time, a working person could spend the day at the beach and be back at work.
That meant families of any means now had easy access to new types of entertainment. To keep up with the beach boom, bustling boardwalks soon began popping up and down the shore. That legacy continues today, with the boardwalk offering a little something for everyone, from lively casinos to rides and games, and plenty of beachy bites.
Saltwater taffy, of course. Our favorite is the saltwater taffy.
My favorite flavor of taffy is definitely the creamsicle. The memories when my father used to bring them home, the taste of it, the smell, and how it used to stick in my mouth, the teeth.
It's sticky, it's sweet, and it is truly a beloved boardwalk treat. Saltwater taffy was invented at the Jersey Shore in the late 1800s. Shriver's in Ocean City has been pulling this iconic candy for just as long. Today, this giant beachside emporium is dishing up the shore's most famous candy and a bountiful batch of novelty sweets. Candy shop owner Meryl Vangeloff has been living the sweet life since she was a kid.
When I was really young, we used to come down and stay with my grandfather and my grandmother. There were a few nights that he would suggest that we would go back to the stores with him, and that was super magical. We would only be allowed to get a couple of pieces of candy, which was usually saltwater taffy.
Shriver's Saltwater Taffy and Fudge was founded by William Shriver in 1898. It's the oldest business on the Ocean City Boardwalk. Meryl's grandfather, Henry Glazer, was one of 4 brothers who purchased the shop in 1959.
They came as immigrants through Philadelphia. They knew a lot about confections from Germany. Their grandfather was a confection chef, so he taught them how to do certain things,
including how to perfect different taffy and chocolate recipes. Taffy first popped up in the United States in the early 1800s. But saltwater taffy originated in Atlantic City at the turn of the century. Its name coming from a popular beachside fable.
There was a man who was selling taffy from a taffy stand on the beach in Atlantic City.
A storm came up along the Jersey Shore very quickly, and it soaked all of his candy.
Of course, he was very upset, and a little girl came up and asked if she could have some of his saltwater taffy. The wife in the background recognized this as being a wonderful marketing, so she then suggested to her husband to name it saltwater taffy, and since then it's stuck.
When Meryl's grandfather and his brothers first took over, the shop offered 17 flavors of taffy.
Saltwater taffy and fudge held up pretty well to the heat and humidity of the shore, so they really expanded on the flavors and expanded on that idea.
Over time, each generation coming up with tantalizing new tastes, from the fun and fruity to seasonal specials and the truly wild and wacky.
I had watched a lot of people come into the store and take different flavors, put them together, twist them up and eat them, and I thought, well, maybe we should be doing this for them. So we decided to make the twisted flavors.
Now, on any given day, they offer more than 60 flavors. Meryl started working in her grandfather's shop as a young adult. She even found romance on the line.
It was my first year as the production manager in the back, which is where I met my husband. He was working here.
Now, a new generation of the Vangeloff family is mastering the labor-intensive process of pulling taffy.
I want to be the next Taffy Picasso.
After years of studying at the shop, Meryl's oldest son, Adrian, recently started manning the machines on his own.
It's my whole life. I've been doing it every summer. It's just an amazing experience. I enjoy hanging out with my family.
The process starts at the taffy cooking machine. To make the plain base, a mix of sugars and fats are added to a copper kettle and heated to a boil. Despite its name, there's actually no salt in this sticky treat.
There's people who actually really expect it to be there, but unfortunately we don't go out to the ocean and grab salt water from the ocean.
The hot liquid taffy is poured into plastic bins, then moved to a 100-degree hot box to set.
It can't cool down entirely, otherwise it would turn into a piece of brick.
Once the taffy firms up, it's dropped onto a cooling table and gently stretched. Then the fun begins.
First we add in the coloring, so then we can stick a little bit better.
This grape taffy gets a generous painting of purple food coloring, then citric acid is sprinkled in for flavor.
Now we close it up just so nothing escapes.
The taffy rests once more before it's brought to the famous pulling machine. As the taffy gets stretched and pulled, the color and flavorings get mixed in with the base. It also becomes lighter and airier, creating that signature stick-to-your-teeth chew.
So the tricks to making taffy are to having the right temperatures inside and outside. Otherwise it gets sticky and it starts to stick to the machines.
The still-warm taffy is loaded into the batch roller, where it's gently shaped into long ropes. Then it's cut into the classic shape and wrapped in Shriver's paper.
Sometimes we'll make 100-pound batches, but each batch is 50 pounds, and our machines run at about 300 to 350 pieces a minute.
The machines at Shriver's are from the 1950s, making this a truly nostalgic pastime.
You guys want to try a sample?
Thank you.
Meeting taffy lovers is one of the best parts of the job.
Thank you. I love watching young children in the store and then also with the taffy. Sometimes they're even eating the wrapper, so it must be really good.
Shriver's is one of just a few places on the Jersey Shore where guests can still see taffy being pulled every day and snag a piece fresh off the line.
It's not so horrible to be standing in the window being watched by everybody, so he loves it. He's having a great time with it.
In addition to taffy, Shriver's also offers a variety of homemade fudge, plus chocolate-dipped pretzels and fruit. It's these little bites of nostalgia that have kept this family business booming for years.
We have people sharing stories all the time.
And Merrill is looking forward to serving more generations of taffy lovers down at the shore.
I feel very blessed to be part of something that has been here as long as it has, but not only that, that has been part of the family. The fact that I get to share it with my husband and my children, it's a beautiful opportunity.
Oh, you can't beat the smell of funnel cakes wafting through the air. On the historic Atlantic City Boardwalk, there's one business that's really putting the fun into funnel cakes. At the Funnel Cake House, the sky is the limit when it comes to toppings. I mean, they've got every kind of topping you could possibly imagine. But it's their signature funnel cake sundae that's winning over legions of fans.
Favorite Boardwalk treats would be funnel cake, of course.
Funnel cakes, like funnel cakes.
I've had like 3 funnel cakes since I've been here, so definitely funnel cake.
From French fries to churros, even deep-fried Oreos. On the Boardwalk, there's plenty of golden grub for every palate. But for the Gadd family of Atlantic City, one deep-fried delicacy tops them all.
I don't think anyone here in Atlantic City or probably anywhere else does, the type of toppings that we'd have, and we're always just creating new toppings and changing our menu every year.
With over 20 different toppings and sauces at Funnel Cake House, if you can dream it, they can make it. 30-year-old Tarek Gadd owns the shop with his parents Saeed and Monal. He's been a Boardwalk regular since childhood.
Every summer since I was 7, I've been coming here, spending the entire summer. I remember when I was very young, I wanted to work.
Saeed and Monal immigrated to New Jersey from Alexandria, Egypt in 1989, the same year they got married.
The city what we born is the same, exactly looks like Atlantic City. That's why we love it here.
Soon, an opportunity came up to open a storefront on the boardwalk. With plenty of families passing by, Saeed knew this buzzy location would be a great spot to sell sweets. Tarek was an eager employee from the start.
I have a lot of memories, riding my bike on the boardwalk, being there with my dad, trying to help him out as much as I can.
Working with hot oil isn't child's play, but Tarek was given more responsibilities as a teen.
My dad waited till I was kind of old enough to, reach the fryer where I wouldn't really hurt myself. I think I was about 14, 15 when he started letting me make the funnel cakes.
After college, Tarek dabbled with a few office jobs, but those summers at the shore were hard to leave behind.
For me, it was terrible. I just hated sitting down in an office. Eventually, I just, found my way coming back here. I was just more comfortable working with family.
But in the beginning, funnel cakes weren't the focus.
It was soft ice cream, hard ice cream, water ice, milkshake, slush, and we add the funnel cake. Yeah, it was really busy because not too many people has that item.
After going back to the family stall full-time, Tarek really got down to business.
I kind of broke down the cost and the profit of every item. I just realized that funnel cakes were a better option to focus on.
Today, Funnel Cake House is one of the only boardwalk stalls making fresh funnel cakes from morning till nearly midnight, 7 days a week. There's no denying that this is the place to go for the most unique toppings.
The strawberry cheesecake funnel cake is very popular. The Cinnabon funnel cake is very popular. We have Oreo funnel cakes, Reese's funnel cakes, Hershey syrup, fudge brownie funnel cake, all the basics like the caramel, strawberry. Also the s'mores is really good. Yeah, actually I forgot about that one. The s'mores is really good.
Making a great funnel cake requires both skill and speed. Every funnel cake starts out as a batter made with flour, sugar, and water. Oil is heated to nearly 400 degrees to ensure an even fry.
It comes out of the funnel, that's why it's called the funnel cake.
Now, when it comes to pouring, every funnel cake artist has their own method.
If it's really thick, we have to lift up. If it's not, we have to, keep close to the fryer.
Batter is carefully poured into a metal ring to create a cake shape. When it starts to turn golden brown, the cake gets flipped. Then onto the plate and time for the toppings. Oh yeah, baby. Powdered sugar is traditional, but this shop's signature sundae is a dessert lover's dream. Freshly dusted funnel cake gets a generous swirl of soft serve and the syrup of your choice. No surprise, it's been a big hit with tourists.
What I like about funnel cakes is the flavorness and the taste of strawberry. It's good.
All the way from North Carolina. That's it.
It's just like the texture of the actual
crunching
dough.
and the ice cream, the texture, the combination of the texture is great.
And local friends.
Dad, let's do it every morning. Come on, Dad, let's go.
Yes.
1, 2,
Yes, every
3,
morning.
4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7, 8. Good job. I love you, Dad. We're retired. We're from San Diego. We're living here now. We met this beautiful family just walking the boardwalk. Their customer service is unbelievable. I call them Mom and Dad because they took Pam and I in as family.
After 25 years in business, the Gads still love delighting customers with their whimsical desserts.
We love being here. We're proud of Atlantic City, proud of its history. Hope families continue coming here for a long time. It's great. We love it here.
And this son is extremely proud of his father, who's given him so much in the place they call home.
The American dream, well, it was hard for him coming here. He's definitely very proud of where he's come, what he's done and how far he's come. Never quit. Having your dad as your manager is not always fun, but now it's really fun. It's amazing. We make all the decisions together. It's really great just being with your family every day. It's really a blessing.
let's face it, on a hot summer day, is there anything better than something icy to help cool you down? Well, Betty's Icebox in Asbury Park was one of the first Boardwalk shops to offer a wide array of vegan sweet treats. But that doesn't make them any less decadent. From their Instagrammable, wacky watermelon shave ice to one-of-a-kind ice cream flavors, there's truly something for everyone here. Let's go meet the family. Betty's Icebox is located inside Asbury Park's historic convention hall. Opened in 1929, this unique venue has hosted iconic acts like Frank Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, and the boss himself, Bruce Springsteen. This lively town is well known for its bustling music and art scene. But before hitting the bars, beachgoers flock here for food, souvenirs, and of course, ice-cold treats.
Thank you so much for coming.
It's called Betty's Icebox. Who's Betty?
We're all Bettys.
You're all Betty.
It's a collective Betty.
We're all Bettys. There you go. All 4 members of the Carr family work at Betty's. Mom Courtney is the brains of the operation. She comes up with their dreamy recipes. Husband Mike handles the business. And their 2 daughters, Phoebe and Eliza, well, they do a little bit of everything.
Phoebe is my older daughter, and she's more front of house. She manages the staff, and she runs our social media. And Eliza is my kitchen right-hand woman.
They started working at the store as teens, making ice pops. Did the girls want to get involved in first? Did you have
They had no choice.
Before opening Betty's, Courtney and Mike flipped houses. But Superstorm Sandy changed everything for the family in 2012. And so what made you decide, you know what? I think it's time to start a frozen confections business.
We lost our beach house in Sandy, and I just felt like, you know, if I can't enjoy going and sitting on the beach, I might as well open a business and look at the view from this way.
Courtney always had a passion for healthy vegan eating, raising her daughters with a plant-based lifestyle. But why paletas and frozen treats?
Because it gave me the opportunity to create something that was completely creative and all natural, using local fruits and plant-based dyes.
Paletas are Mexican-style ice pops made with fresh fruit juices and real fruit pieces instead of artificial syrup. Of course, there are plenty of frozen sweet shops along Jersey Shore boardwalks, from Italian ice to frozen custard and endless ice cream. But it's not easy finding desserts without dairy, nuts, or artificial dyes. So in 2014, Courtney opened a food truck featuring 2 organic treats, shave ice and paletas.
The first item my daughter and I developed together was a watermelon lime ice pop. At 11 years old, sitting at our kitchen counter, and we gutted a watermelon, put it all together, and froze it and made ice pops.
You guys are known for your shave ice. How did you come up with that?
My sister had just come back from a trip to Hawaii and couldn't stop raving about the shave ice. And I said, I can make that. I want to make a healthy version of that. It's a very different texture. We make it from big 5-pound blocks of ice that we shave very finely with a razor and then flavor it with our all-natural syrup. So it has the consistency of snow.
The truck was a success, allowing the family to open a brick-and-mortar shop just a year later. Courtney expanded the menu to include homemade vegan gelato and natural candies. During the winter months, they even served oat milk hot chocolate. You know, I would think that you guys are meeting a moment right now because there's such an awareness of allergies.
We get a lot of calls from nervous moms saying, you know, we've heard that you're an allergy-free spot, you know, we can accommodate them. And it's important for me as a mom, knowing that, you know, my kid can partake in something that other kids can and not feel excluded from a fun dessert.
I couldn't wait to cool down with 2 sweet treats at Betty's Icebox. First up, the Shave Ice. Courtney's oldest was ready to show me how they make their signature watermelon.
We do this on Wednesdays. We call it Watermelon Wednesday. We have, it's like a half watermelon here.
Scooped
Call it
out?
out a bit. Not all the way.
Uh-huh.
You still get some good meat in there.
What do you use the scooped out watermelon?
We blend it up and we make a syrup with it. So we mix it with sugar, and then either it goes into a popsicle or a syrup for the top of the shave ice.
Oh, cool. The base of this unique dessert gets a creamy layer of soft serve made with oat milk. Then it's ready for the star of the show, the shave ice. Their machines from Japan use a special blade to cut the ice into a smooth, velvety consistency.
So I usually shape it a little bit more after the fact. But we like to do them nice and big.
Nice.
Like that. And then we have our syrup here.
Ooh, look at that color. Now, watermelon just wouldn't be complete without seeds. Enter the chocolate chips.
But I love the consistency of this.
Right?
It like
It's
melts
like,
in your mouth,
it's
literally.
like snow. We don't like the crunchy ice like a snow cone, you know what I mean?
Good thing it's not yellow.
Yeah. This is the only place where you can eat the yellow snow.
I like you, vegan. Do you have people who didn't realize it was vegan and go, oh my gosh?
All the time. We used to, give disclaimers sometimes, like, just so you know, this might taste a little bit different, and we've kind of just stopped doing that because people don't really notice or care anymore.
And I just had to try Betty's signature summer special, a rainbow Pride Pop.
Asbury has obviously a very large population of queer people, and we have a really big pride parade every year. A lot of our staff is LGBT, and I think that it's important for us to also represent like the people who work with us and like make everything possible.
Courtney's youngest daughter, Eliza, the chef in the family, showed me the trick to making this 6-layer pop. It starts with an organic lemonade base.
We use all natural flavors and colors to make each layer have their own kind of pizzazz, if you will.
To make the red layer, the lemonade gets a healthy pour of cherry syrup. Then Eliza uses a turkey baster to squeeze precise layers into the mold.
We just fill up the whole first one like that, and then we put it into our pop machine.
So you've got to freeze each layer.
We do.
Then put another layer in, freeze that.
Exactly.
Wow, how long does it take?
Honestly, about 2 hours to make this kind of pop. So they're a little high maintenance, I would say, but they come out beautiful.
Thankfully, I didn't have to wait 2 hours.
Right now, we put the pops into a basin of hot water, which
so
separates
so it lets it release.
Yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And what it creates is our pride pop.
Oh my gosh.
Each layer has a different flavor, so it goes cherry, orange, lemon, lime, blue raspberry, and grape. And yeah, they're best sellers.
That tastes like pride.
It's definitely a happy day with these.
Your mom isn't standing right over your shoulder, so you can tell me. Are there any times where sometimes she ticks you off a little bit and you gotta kind of suck it up?
Yeah. Often we'll be making something and she says, hey, do you remember how to do that? And I say, Mom, I've been working here for 11 years.
Luckily, your mom's nowhere nearby, so
Yeah,
she
thank
didn't
gosh
she didn't
she's
hear
here.
that. Thank goodness. That could have been awkward. So Eliza, what's it like working with Mom and seeing this business thrive and being part of it?
Oh, it's so lovely. I've been working here since I was 11 years old. Starting out, we were like in my kitchen at home. We were doing everything all on our own. But now we have this space in a big building and we get to share this with everyone. So it's really, really great to see just how far we've come in such a short amount of time.
This is really good. I mean, this nice citrusy, kind of fresh, vibrant. It tastes like the colors.
Ah, thank you. That's the goal. I mean, if something looks this fun, it's got to taste pretty
Of course. It's like a boardwalk in your mouth.
This dynamic mother-daughter team lives by a sweet personal mantra.
Life is short.
It
Eat
is.
dessert first. Treat yourself.
Life is short. Eat dessert first. I like that. Bustling boardwalks are the epitome of the Jersey Shore experience. Every beach may be different, but visitors here are sure to find plenty of their favorite nostalgic eats.
And the families who are pulling, frying, and scooping up these Boardwalk delights are serving up a bit of history with every beachy bite. I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're getting the scoop and diving into the history of America's beloved sweet shops. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're gonna learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. It's no coincidence that here at the Lexington Candy Shop, one of New York City's most iconic soda fountains, they serve ice cream from the city of brotherly love. It's Bassett's, the oldest ice cream company in America. In fact, Philadelphia is home to many early ice cream innovations. And at the Franklin Fountain, we've got two brothers who have recreated a turn-of-the-century fountain that celebrates Philadelphia's unique contribution to American ice cream history.
We're very proud to be called Soda Jerks.
In the heyday of soda fountains, being called a jerk was a good thing.
A soda jerk is someone that jerks the handle on the soda fountain.
We are the Burley Brothers.
I'm Ryan.
And I'm Eric Burley.
Welcome.
Come on in.
Stepping into the Franklin Fountain is like time traveling to a bygone era.
I've always felt a kinship for the turn of the century. It just feels like maybe I was there in a past life.
The Burley family originally purchasing this historic property in 2002, but they weren't sure what to do with the storefront until inspiration struck.
The building is really what inspired us to do what we do here. It was built around 1899, and the original tin ceiling remains as well as the penny tile floor. So we really thought that a soda fountain kind of looked right for the space. There's certainly a sense of awe and wonder, sort of a transport through the time machine when you walk in the door, and that was really intentional.
The brothers working for nearly 2 years to restore the space.
It is not for the faint of heart to restore any old building. It's a labor of love, and frankly, we wouldn't have it any other way. It's part of the handmade nature of everything that we do here.
The kitchen itself was a preservation element, restoring the motor on the buttercream machine, fixing the belts. You know, the restoration of the building wasn't just the facade, but it's also the back-of-house spaces.
They also embarked on a mission to recreate an authentic fountain experience.
We took a number of road trips, in part to learn about the ice cream business, and then we would always pair soda fountain tours with those. So visiting places in the American South, going down to New Orleans, going to Savannah, seeing these old-fashioned soda fountain places, interviewing the soda jerks, the pharmacists, and really learning the culture of the soda fountain was a big part of our research.
Today, while we may take the simple pleasure of eating an ice cream cone for granted, that wasn't always the case.
I'm Sarah Lohman. I'm a food historian, author, and ice cream expert.
Let's go back to when ice cream was a luxury, largely available to only the richest of Americans.
We don't think of these as expensive ingredients today, but ice and sugar historically were very rare, and so only the wealthiest people could afford them. So it was usually made in the home, and by home I mean a large grand estate, by people who had servants, and then eventually people who owned other people. We're talking about the enslaved. So you also needed that literal manpower to make it. That all begins to change in the 19th century as technology and supplies change.
Traditionally, European ice cream was made with a custard base that included eggs. But a simpler style emerged in Philadelphia.
I think Philadelphia is the most important city to ice cream history, maybe Pennsylvania as a whole, because we had the invention of Philadelphia-style ice cream by a black man.
Augustus Jackson, a black man who was a White House chef working under multiple presidents, including Andrew Jackson, is credited with advancing a new type of ice cream and method.
And he came up with an ice cream base that didn't use eggs, but was just as creamy and luscious, but could be made with less ingredients, made quicker, and he supposedly had really, really tasty flavors too.
A free man, he later moved back to his native Philadelphia to start his own business.
So he made it and sold it, but then he also sold it to other ice cream shops too, and became very famous and very wealthy for this new style of ice cream.
Jackson's contributions made ice cream more widely available to more consumers. Philadelphia is also home to the oldest ice cream company in America, Bassett's.
I'm Alex Bassett Strange, was my great-great-great-grandfather that started this company all the way back in 1861. We're proud to be here today.
Bassett's was the first merchant to sign a lease in Philadelphia's historic Reading Terminal Market, and the family is still there serving up scoops today.
Bassett's ice cream is a 16.5% butterfat ice cream, and it's what's called a Philadelphia style, which means that it's made without any egg yolk.
Innovations to ice cream production, allowing more shops like Bassett's to open up in the early 1900s, and that ushered in a new type of meeting place where folks could socialize.
And then we also had ice cream saloons. Now, the name there is key. Saloon, yeah, means bar. And at this time, bars were places where only men could go, but ice cream saloons were one of the first public spaces that was socially acceptable for women to go to. So to have a public space was really meaningful to women. To have a space where you felt free, to have a space where you could safely flirt.
Soda fountains and parlors became even more popular and almost necessary during the 1920s.
When Prohibition hits and we ban the sale of alcohol, then there's really a need for these public spaces for people to gather and socialize outside of the home. And as we move into the soda fountain era, we have a lot of creativity in adding ice cream to different flavors of soda and making these incredible concoctions and sundaes. If you were a soda jerk at the turn of the century, you were kind of a local celebrity.
Today, the jerks in charge at Franklin Fountain are serving up nostalgia along with their vintage creations.
It's one of our newer soda syrups. It's made with real watermelon fruit. Come over here to our 1905 soda fountain.
Yeah. That is really good. You know, I don't want to mess with that flavor too much, so I'll just go with vanilla. Vanilla ice cream just rounds everything out nice, plays nice at the playground. And the bean specks on the vanilla show that it's made with real vanilla, not vanillin. And that's an old Philadelphia tradition of having bean specks in their vanilla ice cream.
Franklin Fountain's menu focuses on classics, but they also bring back long-forgotten flavors. Summer hits,
like black walnut, that tend to be kind of bitter, but mixed with enough sweetness can be really unique and good. Other flavors like pawpaws, which are our native fruit here in North America.
While others misses.
A flavor that kind of bombed here, as an example, I'll tell you, was orange pineapple. Like, we really wanted to bring back orange pineapple as an ice cream, which was really popular at the turn of the century.
But the Burleys aren't just passionate about their flavors. They are working to keep a tasty tradition alive.
Our business has really enabled the preservation of a couple of historic buildings here on the block, and we hope that the fountain and the institution of the soda fountain continues. And can be passed to succeeding generations of soda jerks.
Coming up, I visit a family-owned ice cream shop in Harlem and get a sweet surprise. Finish this sentence. Ice cream is...
Love.
Ice cream is not easy to make.
And scene. We're up here in Harlem, where the forecast is partly cloudy with a 100% chance of sprinkles. Why? Because we're outside Sugar Hill Creamery, where they're bringing the community together one scoop at a time. Let's check it out. Hey guys, nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
That's Nick and Petrushka Larson, husband and wife, and parents to Isla, Zadie, and Nico.
So let's talk ice cream.
They're also the owners of Harlem's Sugar Hill Creamery, which the couple opened in their beloved neighborhood in 2017.
We're gonna give you the scoop, Al.
Bam! For the couple, that bam moment came after meeting up with friends in DC for some premium scoops.
We had small batch delicious ice cream, and that is when it hit us that this was not an experience that we could have in our own neighborhood.
The realization that they couldn't do this in Harlem was the beginning of their sweet journey.
When Nick and I started dating, he always said he wanted to own a food establishment of some sort. And then this, moment in life kind of presented the opportunity.
Petrushka oversees the shop's marketing and business, while Nick, he develops their artisanal flavors, often looking to the neighborhood for inspiration.
The great thing about having a small shop, you see in real time, oh yeah, they don't like this, right? And our friends from Harlem, they are not shy to being like, yo, no, this is no good.
So your flavors are nods to Harlem.
Nods to Harlem, nods to our respective cultures as well. So I'm Black, African American, and from the Caribbean. And Nick is from the Midwest and was raised on a farm. We're channeling Harlem, we're channeling childhood memories, we're channeling the way that we were raised, what we were eating. I think this is the best example of channeling our neighborhood. So we have a flavor called Cafe Tuba. And where the first location is, it's like a few blocks from Little Senegal.
The flavor Cafe Tuba uses coffee from Senegal.
We incorporate peanut brittle and Celine pepper brownies. So it's a bit of a twist on a classic, which we like to say we make, twists on classics and then all their flavors that you wouldn't expect.
Many features of the Scoop Shop pay homage to Harlem, starting with the name.
Where we're sitting right now is a neighborhood that is adjacent to Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill is a neighborhood in Harlem that at the turn of the 20th century was the place where upwardly mobile Black people resided and came to, right? It was also the home of the Harlem Renaissance too. Many artists, activists were living here.
You talk about the history and homages to this neighborhood. Was there some thoughts about that historic ice cream shop, Mumford's?
Yes.
Just before opening Sugar Hill, Petrushka learned about an iconic Harlem institution, Mumford's.
small group of octogenarian Harlemites that just happened to be at this conference, and they were like, hey, she's opening an happy ice cream shop. This is crazy. And you're like, oh my gosh, it's like Tomford.
Tomford's was in business from 1903 to 1983, located in the heart of Harlem at 125th and St. Nicholas. Unlike many early soda fountains, it catered to black patrons, providing much more than food and ice cream.
It was the place that people went after, church, on a date. And we didn't know about it when we decided to open the shop, but after we learned about it, before we opened the shop, we definitely channeled the history and spirit of that place here.
Sugar Hill's motto, "The sweet life is a love affair between community and food," and it also has a historical meaning.
The Sweet Life is also, a reference to the Great Migration. When people moved to Sugar Hill, they were looking for the sweet life. We wanted to give our neighbors a little bit of sweet life as well, right?
Nick and Petrushka are hopeful that their spot will become the place for making family memories down the line.
Later down the line is to hear stories like people talking about Tomford's or talking about what we meant to them, right?
To be a place where somebody could come in and say, my parents met here. What an honor. And I don't think that we take our role as, the people who created this company lightly. Like, it is such an honor to be able to serve our neighbors and to also be a place that they continue to come back to.
I think that a lot of us have really fond memories of going with our family and having ice cream on a hot summer day, or like rolling past a rural ice cream stand and it's just like packed with Little League kids. Or when you live in a city, you've got your local ice cream place that you can walk to and the whole neighborhood is there.
And as for the future of Sugar Hill Creamery?
With 3 kids, Nick, are you hoping that out of those 3, one of them is going to carry on the tradition?
It's a tricky question. Yes, I would, but I'm not going to pressure them.
At the very least, we need them to work here during high school. Okay?
It's time for Sunday School. Say amen, say hallelujah.
Amen!
Hallelujah! My Sunday school teachers at Harlem Sugar Hill Creamery kicked off my lesson with a special treat, a one-of-a-kind flavor made just for me.
You should learn to scoop with your own...
My own flavor?
Your own flavor.
My own flavor?
Yeah.
Wow. All of the ice cream served at Sugar Hill Creamery is small batch, each flavor taking 2 days from start to finish.
The difference between a small batch and large batch is one is a freezer.
These machines allow more experimentation with mix-ins.
The reason why it's homemade and why it's better to do small batch, for example, is you have freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You're not beholden to what can fit into a automated machine that, like, for example, can't put a particular like sauce in it because it'll be too thick or it'll jam something, things like that.
And now, back to Sunday school. So what's my flavor?
So your flavor. So we've heard from around the way that you're a fan of cookies and cream.
I am.
Also, you like sweet potato pie.
I do.
Okay, so this is a combination.
And pecans.
Well,
right?
the pecan element is a part of the sweet potato pie. But yes.
I can tell you guys are married. For my signature flavor, Nick started with a sweet cream base, then adding Nilla wafers.
Blended in, made a graham cracker pie crust with pecan.
Ooh.
Roast sweet potatoes, cook it down with, basically it's a holiday IPA, and poured the beer in it, blended it up, and then made it like a custard with eggs.
Wow. A lot goes into that.
A lot goes into it.
And a lot goes into forming the perfect scoop. But picture perfect scoops wouldn't be the same without one very important invention.
The ice cream scoop was invented by a black man.
Alfred Crawley holds a patent for the ice cream mold and disher.
And that's the scoop that's like, it has a little handle that you squeeze and the thing scrapes and the ice cream plops out. He invented that in 1897 and sort of revolutionized ice cream culture.
So the side here is to form it, the tip is to like kind of scrape it, right? So if you're like just learning, the best way is just a little bit at the top, like that.
Sides and boom.
And you form it with the side.
Oh, so you're forming the ball.
Ball, yeah, exactly. All right, voila.
Ta-da.
Right? So the cup, we'll get a little rinse.
Rinse. Okay, so you start.
You can also grab out the sides there too, because it's a little softer.
Oh, that's a sad scoop.
No, look, now you're gonna form it.
Oh, now it's forming.
Now you're.
Now it's forming. Oh,
Yep,
look at that now. Oh,
See?
hey, now we're talking.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
Good.
Hey now.
All right, let's taste.
All right. Time to taste. The Al Roker.
Cheers. Well,
Oh,
actually.
we also have a special name for it.
Oh, what's that?
It's your neck of the woods.
Oh, I like
it.
Wow.
And this
is great.
Yeah.
Like all Sugar Hill flavors, there's an art to naming the ice cream. For example, their best-selling blueberry cheesecake, well, it's named for Petrushka.
So this is named after my wife, who's the chairperson of the board. She's the boss. This is the boss flavor.
Smart man.
This is the chief.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
My work here is done. Coming up, a whimsical creamery in Las Vegas known for its colorful creations. You know the old saying, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, especially when it comes to a hot spot that's known for creating really cool desserts, Creamberry. These folks are recreating the ice cream parlor experience for a whole new generation of ice cream fans. And whether that's in person or via social media posts. Selfie, anyone?
I've seen some kids who can kill the burrito by themselves.
Most adults,
It's funny, they would share.
In Las Vegas, a few miles off the Strip, is the flashy, fabulous, and insta-famous ice cream shop, Creamery. Opened in 2016 by husband and wife team Danny and Rosalina C., hoping to create a one-stop dessert cafe.
We set on a mission to bring in a wide variety of crazy, innovative desserts into one place.
For Danny, it was a dream come true.
I've always had a sweet tooth when I was younger, and I've always loved ice cream.
Rosalina, not so much right away. She favored traditional icy desserts from her native Indonesia, not American ice cream.
We love sweet stuff, but we don't really love like ice cream, but more to like shave ice. I said, why don't we bring our Indonesia dessert to our menu?
And just like that, Creamery started offering shaved ice.
So we have the secret ingredients, which is the sauce, the red one, that make it very good with the condensed milk, with everything fruits on top for the shaved ice, and then it's a good combination.
Danny's focus was on the full menu, adding unique treats from around the world to Creamery, desserts like Thai-rolled ice cream and Filipino halo-halo. Recognizing the power of social media, Rosalina began posting photos and videos of their decadent creations to Instagram, and then later to TikTok. It's a practice that keeps modern ice cream parlors relevant, according to food historian Sarah Lohman.
I think social media is important because, I mean, there's people out there who are following ice cream places that maybe they'll go to, maybe they'll never go to, but it's like the visual appeal. Most people who buy cookbooks don't actually cook the recipes. It's like they flip through the pages to go on a journey. I think like social media and like ice cream social media lets us do that as well.
One of their most eye-catching treats, the legendary cotton candy burrito, a social media and IRL favorite.
Another one, maybe, ooh, look at this, the giant burrito.
Oh, the birthday burrito.
Yeah, the birthday burrito. I think that should be perfect for today.
#genius. The cotton candy burrito proves that something savory can be the sweetest inspiration.
I was having Mexican dinner one night, and of course eating burritos and tacos. That's where it gave me the idea, hey, why don't I try to experiment this into a dessert? And long and behold, it actually worked.
Rosalina was immediately impressed.
I was like, man, that's a good idea.
Creamery was one of the first shops in the U.S. to offer the viral treat, but it took a few tries to perfect.
As everybody knows, cotton candy is very fragile, and any type of moisture or it will just ruin the cotton candy.
The first step in the process isn't posted on social media.
Spinning of the cotton candy is one of our trade secrets for our cotton candy burrito. So we usually spin it in the back in the kitchen.
The couple's young sons also deserve a shout out for their love of cotton candy and its impact on their business.
Our kids love cotton candy, so that's why that's the first time that we bring the cotton candy to our shop.
So what's more important, how their desserts look or how they taste?
Both.
Both.
If customers come in and they're visually attracted to it and they try it and it doesn't taste good, they're not going to come back and get the same dessert.
So we eat with our eyes, right? So there's always been effort and consideration into the appearance of food, but the more photographs we can take and the wider they get spread, like with the spread of Instagram and social media, I think there's been even more of a sort of focus on how our food looks on camera. And ice cream is sort of the perfect medium for that. Like you can have a really wild color, you can have this like a really elaborate sundae, or you can have something that's just like really bold and beautiful. Luckily, because it's ice cream, it all still tastes good while looking good at the same time.
Other Insta and TikTok-worthy finds include their made-to-order ice cream tacos and wild milkshakes. For Rosalina, the more social interaction, the better.
We really love to see the comments, how many likes we got, and then, you know, like a lot of people repost it too.
And those comments, good and bad, help the duo refine their creations.
Sometimes people say, oh, don't put too much sprinkled candy or whatever it is. And then sometimes we take it like, oh yeah, maybe not too much, just maybe only a little bit.
Yeah, it's very helpful for us as well, because then at least we can adjust what is necessary and to accommodate the customers.
The virtual shares are sweet, but it's even sweeter when followers from around the world get to try Creamery.
We can never get enough of seeing all the smiles when the customers get their orders. Just the facial expression that they give us.
In an era when we're bombarded with options, the simple joy of heading out for ice cream has withstood the test of time.
I think that ice cream shops, spaces, parlors, ice creameries have survived because they've always fulfilled that community space and that family space. It's something that everybody can come together around.
And families behind the counter will keep scooping up sweet memories for years to come. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney Dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to see
been
you.
a long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Constantine Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here, from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. Mm-hmm. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're gonna go into the hot dog business, but we're gonna top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney Dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Kuros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Kuros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people who got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money, borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think
Yes.
about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments with people about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Ready? There, nice shot.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lamb skin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one.
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun, it's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
that's what we were talking. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime. Nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic.
My turn.
Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come
Keep
over
the bun
here.
open because you want the chili to go
you want
in
the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that
You're
chili.
gonna chintz out on
Get
that
a little-
chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over
all
there.
right. Oh, that really, it does have a creamy
See,
consistency.
it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right, one up.
Ready? There, nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is gonna sit there and it's not gonna fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney Dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney Dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together, we get down in the dirt, we exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Coneys, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney Dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back, family members, and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out.
Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you can come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
yeah,
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here?
This is
chili?
a Beyond crumble, a plain Beyond crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney Dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a Boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay. The Avocado, From toast topping to sweet treats, even mac and cheese, this tasty green fruit is pretty much everywhere. But did you know the most popular variety, the Hass avocado, was developed right here in Southern California? So I came all the way across the country to find out how farmers and restaurant owners are making sure we're enjoying these for years to come. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We call this right here the Avocado Tunnel of Love. In the past 20 years, believe it or not, avocado consumption has tripled in the United States. Today, the average American eats 8 pounds of these babies every year. I'm at Rancho Vasquez, one of the oldest avocado orchards in the country. Here, the Vasquez family grows several different varieties. Let's avocado check it out.
Oh, welcome to Rancho Vasquez.
Art?
Yes,
Nice
Art.
to meet you.
How's it going, sir? Damian Vasquez.
Damian, nice
welcome
to see
the
you
range.
guys. Army veteran Art Vasquez has turned his love for avocados into a true family obsession.
Vasquez!
4 generations live together on this scenic ranch. Many of them work in the orchard and help run the business. I've never been to an avocado farm.
Wow.
So
This will be a lot of fun.
You guys going to give me a tour?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Art's grandfather, Refugio Morones, moved to the U.S. from Mexico in the 1920s. He picked avocados and citrus fruit on several farms, but always dreamed of having his own orchard. When Art was 7, the family purchasing their first acre of this ranch.
And that's when my grandfather, Refugio, would start teaching me how to take care of the trees. That's when I really started loving picking. My brother and I would pick the avocados, take the avocados down to the town, knocking on doors, selling the avocados.
Art put his passion for produce on hold to pursue a career in the auto parts industry. In 2002, he was able to buy the entire property, which was destined to be raised for new houses.
We've taken it from 250 trees all the way up to 3,750 trees. This is something that's a sustainable legacy that I can leave here and teach my children, grandkids, and the family how to work the earth, how to grow things organically.
Art had also saved a piece of Golden State history. Avocados are native to Mexico, but some of the first avocado trees in the U.S. were planted in L.A. County in the mid-1800s. Henry Dalton, a wealthy trader who owned ranches in California, fell in love with the fruit during trips to Central America. In 1848, Henry planted the first avocado tree in Azusa.
So when he moved to Los Angeles and he took over and bought Rancho Azusa, he knew there was fresh water coming from the Azusa Canyon. And so because of having the fresh water source and the awesome soil, he knew avocados would be great here.
During a tour of the ranch, I got to see a living part of that history.
What makes it special is one of the first planted avocado trees in the western United States. This puppy is one of a kind. It's like us, Al. It's one of a kind, okay?
And it's still producing fruit?
Still producing fruit. It produces anywhere between 500 to 700 pounds of fruit a year.
Experts estimate this tree is more than 100 years old. It produces a type of avocado known as the fuerte, in Spanish meaning strong. It was the first avocado variety to thrive in the United States because it can withstand cooler temperatures. But in the 1920s, a new variety emerged in SoCal that would ultimately dominate the world market.
A guy by the name of Rudolf Haas, he was actually a postal carrier, but his hobby was growing. So he had an orchard at his house about 20 miles from here, La Habra Heights.
The Hass avocado was a total accident. An amateur farmer, Rudolf had purchased some mystery avocado seeds. When the tree matured, he was surprised by the dark, bumpy fruit it produced.
And that really took off commercially because it has a thicker skin. So for shipping purposes, and it's an amazing tasting fruit.
The Fuerte and many other avocados stay green when mature, but the skin on a Hass turns black when ripe, hiding any bruises. It didn't take off right away among consumers in the U.S., so it took a few marketing campaigns for Americans to embrace this creamy variety of the fruit.
This 4th, put little green in your red, white, and blue.
Today, 80% of avocados grown worldwide are Hass.
Now here, this is one of the first Hass trees commercially ever planted. Got 2 Hass trees right here.
Until the 90s, the majority of avocados consumed in the country were grown in California and weren't available year-round. But all that changed in 1994.
President Clinton made NAFTA the law today, linking the United States to Canada and Mexico in one large trading bloc.
When NAFTA passed, avocados from Mexico became available everywhere, and folks could enjoy them anytime. Today even named avocado toast a top trend of the 2010s.
Avocado toast. I'm not sure how this happened, but there came a time in the past 10 years when people began to realize that their lives were not complete without it.
Thanks to clever campaigns, new diet trends, and an abundant supply, avocado consumption has boomed in the last 2 decades, growing into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Now, 90% of those avocados come from Mexico. However, this has led to major environmental impacts, like deforestation. Rancho Vasquez wants to combat the negative effects of monoculture farming. As an organic orchard, they follow strict guidelines to help protect the land.
How have the trees and what you grow tried to lessen the impact on the environment?
We pick the weeds by hand, or we weed eat, because it's all organic.
Yeah.
So we don't ever spray any weed killer or anything like that. The deer come and eat all the lower leaves and skirt the trees for us. And they turn that into natural manure.
Now, when it comes to picking, avocados require a gentle touch.
So we still do it the same high-tech way they did it 100 years ago.
Wow.
And this is my grandfather's pole right here.
Really?
Yeah, this is one of the old school ones. So you can pick any of these you want.
Okay.
So yeah, you just slide it right up till the avocado goes in the basket, and then you pull on the rope. There you go, you're almost there.
Pretty different. You're doing pretty darn good, you know?
A little bit further, and then pull the rope.
There you go, you got it. Good job. Here's a catch.
Ta-da!
There you go,
My
that's
first
a nice
avocado.
one too. It's gonna take a week to a week and a half right now to ripen and let it get soft.
How about going and tasting some?
Yes, sir. We picked some about a week or so, so they'd be perfect for you.
All right, let's do it. Believe it or not, there are more than 400 varieties of avocados. Rancho Vasquez in Azusa, California sells 6: the Fuerte, Hass, Lamb Hass, Reed, Pinkerton, and Gem. Each has a different shape, taste, and growing season. I've never seen such a round avocado. The ranch's avocados are prized by chefs and customers for their high oil content. That comes from the area's climate, nutrient-rich mountain soil, and secret farming techniques that have been passed down for generations.
The higher the oil content, the better the tasting fruit is. And then the longer it'll stay green.
You can taste and see the difference with their organic Hass.
It just keeps it
Wow,
really
you can literally
fresh.
see the oil coming out of it.
Yeah, so if you want to try just a little chunk, we'll give you a little chunk.
Oh, that's great.
Next up, the family favorite, Fuerte.
Oh, really a different flavor.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's almost like a saltiness and a creaminess in there.
Aside from his wife's guac, Art's favorite way to eat avos is actually with honey.
It's called avocado dulce, which is avocado candy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
I would have never thought of that. Guys, this is just amazing. What does it mean for both of you to be owners of this legacy?
This is a legacy I do want to leave. My family, my grandkids, Damien, and this will be around for, I'm hoping and praying, for at least another 100 years, you know?
And what does it mean for you, Damien?
Oh, it's like he said, just a place where history can keep going. Because the trees were here before us, and they're gonna be here after us. So we're just kind of stewards of the land in the meantime.
Let's share a little of this guacamole.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Let the chips fall where they may, as long as they've got guacamole on them.
Avila's El Ranchito is a Southern California staple that's been in business for more than half a century. They've got 13 locations and counting of this family-run chain, but no two restaurants are exactly the same. Every Avila's owner puts their own spin on the family's traditional Mexican recipes. But here at the Seal Beach Outpost, they claim to have the best guacamole. So I've come to learn their secrets. It's time to guac and roll.
Hey there, wow. Got a lot of folks here.
The aunts, uncles, siblings, and cousins behind Avila's El Ranchito really treat their guests like family. This location is run by Elise Avila Smith, a third-generation restaurateur. She credits the family's success to her grandma Margarita's hospitality.
You know, she just focused on really what we focus on, good, fresh food.
Salvador and Margarita, or Mama Avila, immigrated from Mexico to the U.S. in 1958. How did they get into the restaurant business?
My father had an opportunity to buy a restaurant and talked to my mother and decided, you know, this is a great opportunity.
Salvador using his life savings to purchase the old restaurant property in Huntington Park. He turned to his 6 kids, including Elise's dad, Victor, for support.
We would go after school and help them do whatever needed to be done. And my father was pretty much during the day taking care of the whole restaurant, and my mother was in the kitchen. So she was the only one in the kitchen.
And Grandpa Polder was washing dishes.
Mama's traditional recipes have been passed down through many generations.
They've come from way, way back in Mexico.
When it first opened in 1966, Avila's was the only Mexican restaurant in the mostly white neighborhood. Many customers had no interest in Mama's traditional dishes, so she developed a strategy to draw people in.
It seemed like natural for my mother to offer the people whatever they wanted, so it's more like a home. If they didn't have it on the menu, then my mother would go in the kitchen and make it anyway.
Over the next 3 decades, the Avila siblings opened 6 new restaurants in Southern California. This expansion wasn't a coincidence. Americans at the same time were falling in love with Mexican food. In the early 80s, there were an estimated 2,500 Mexican restaurants in the U.S. Today, there are more than 60,000.
I was bussing tables here as a child.
Elise witnessed that growth as a kid, watching her dad expand the family business.
So I grew up doing homework in a booth. On top of that, I grew up with my grandparents living one street over from me. So I grew up cooking with her for years and years.
After college, Elise tried working in other fields, but she was always drawn back to the restaurants.
I'd be working by day, I worked for a magazine. And then my brother opened his first restaurant and I ended up serving tables at night. So no matter what I did, I kept ending up back in this business and I loved it. I realized that this was my passion, it's in my blood.
How do you qualify to open up an Avila?
Well, it's a process, let me tell you.
Is it really?
I had to work every position in the restaurant. So I washed dishes, I worked in the kitchen for a few years. I've done it all.
After proving herself for a decade, Elise opened her own Avila's in 2015.
When I first opened my restaurant, I worked for several months from about 6 in the morning till midnight. And finally, I remember my dad and my brother came in for an intervention and said, "You need to go home."
You gotta sleep.
You gotta sleep. So I went home and they ran my restaurant for the night. And I knew with my dad and my brother here, there was nothing to worry about.
Every Avila's restaurant is unique, reflecting the family member who owns it and the location. They have different decor and specialty menu items. Elise puts her own spin on the brand by offering an extensive tequila cocktail menu.
Dad, I'm gonna make you a drink right now.
Make it strong. Salud, mija.
But there are several dishes you're going to find at every location. Avocados are crucial to many of the family recipes, including the signature guacamole and their beloved chicken soup.
Tell me about Mama Avila's soup.
It's that soup that feels like home to me. But it is a chicken breast and rice soup. We make it from scratch every morning, including the broth. We put fresh avocado, cilantro, onion, and tomato in it.
And people go, and the first thing they do when they get off the plane is go to have some chicken soup.
You mentioned avocado goes into the soup. Tell me about the importance of avocado.
It's part of our culture. Bottom line is, nobody wants to eat Mexican food without avocado and some guacamole.
So I'm curious, first you, Victor, what's the secret to a good guacamole?
You have to make it, almost really as on a daily basis, almost an hourly basis. It needs to be fresh. It needs to be well seasoned.
And a little bit of love.
I like to think I make a good guac, but I'm sure I can learn from the best. So how about showing me how you guys do guac?
Before making some guac, I enjoyed a cucumber margarita and got a taste of Mama's famous soup.
That's great. I would never think about avocado in chicken soup. Oh my God.
I can't take credit for that one, Al. That's all Grandma. All right, you ready to make some guacamole?
You bet.
All right, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna dump some fresh garlic in here.
Okay.
This is a traditional molcajete. From there, you're gonna sprinkle a little bit of salt
Just
on
a
top.
little
Just
bit
a
of
little
salt.
bit of love. And then you're gonna use the chop to go ahead and grind it in there.
A molcajete, a Mexican mortar and pestle, is made from volcanic rock, and it's the family secret to great guac. The rough surfaces help crush the ingredients, releasing their natural oils better than chopping them up with a knife.
And we're gonna get in some fresh avocado. All right. And then you go ahead and mix that together. And I gotta be gentle with the avocado
soft.
with some
Be
love.
gentle, gentle.
In go diced onions, lots of cilantro, and a good squeeze of lime juice.
Keep on mixing there, and you got yourself some good, fresh guacamole. I'm gonna dig in here with you too, Al.
Oh, yeah.
You make good guacamole, Al.
I've learned from the best. Elise, to be part of something like this, what does it mean?
Honestly, I feel compelled to keep these beautiful recipes that are from, gosh, my great-great-grandparents running so that everyone that comes to our restaurant is able to taste them and to sit at our table and feel like family and just be a part of ours. Cheers.
How does a ceviche bar a little different from a sushi bar?
It's like a sushi bar, but more Mexican.
Uh-huh. This lively food court is home to several family-owned hidden gems. In fact, here you'll find Hobush, a modern eatery renowned for its sustainable seafood. The chef behind this vibrant menu pairs flavors from his childhood in Mexico with the freshest of California fare. Gilberto Cetina never thought he would dedicate his life to cooking, but his summers spent on the Yucatan Peninsula would later inspire a bold move.
Since I was a teenager, growing up in a coastal region, I would go diving with my cousins. We would dive down for octopus, we'd get lobsters, we'd get sea snails, and then he would take that back and cook it. And that was one of the first times that I felt a direct connection to food, because even back then, there was a disconnect, you know? Food came from the supermarket. And it was the first time I saw something that was like directly from the sea, and you can cook it and eat it right away. So that kind of blew my mind.
Gilberto immigrated to the U.S. when he was 5 years old. His father, Gilberto Sr., a former civil engineer, worked various restaurant jobs to support the family.
How did your family transition from that kind of grassroots sort of food service to a real formal restaurant?
It really was through the help of the nonprofit that, you know, operates Mercado La Paloma.
This bustling market is run by Esperanza, or Hope, a nonprofit dedicated to revitalizing South Los Angeles and helping first-time business owners.
They gave us small business training, basic restaurant health department training. They co-signed loans so my dad could purchase the equipment. It was my dad's dream to have a restaurant that represented our Mexican food, the food of the Yucatan, which is very distinct from other regions of Mexico.
In 2001, Gilberto Sr. opened the family's first restaurant, Chichen Itza. The menu featuring traditional dishes like cochinita pibil, salbutes, and panuchos.
Lo empezamos la mamá de Gilberto y yo, o sea, mi esposa y yo. Al principio éramos dos personas nada más.
They needed help, but Gilberto was reluctant to join the family business.
I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to be in the kitchen because I grew up in a household where we always, cooking was always used to make ends meet, like a lot of, immigrant families. So when we opened the restaurant and my dad asked me to come along and help him out for 6 months, I was front of the house. Slowly, I just discovered the cooking and that I enjoyed it and, started learning from my dad.
Even without formal training, Gilberto quickly learning the ropes, becoming a savvy businessman. 10 years in, Chichen Itza was thriving with dozens of employees. They even released a cookbook.
Con el paso de los años, finalmente empezó a sentir la misma pasión que yo tenía por el negocio.
After taking over at Chichen Itza, Gilberto was ready for a new challenge, one inspired by those summer boat trips in Mexico.
Where does the name Holbox come from?
So Holbox is a place. It's an island off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula.
He wanted to bring tropical, fresh from the sea vibes, along with an elevated experience, to diners in South Los Angeles. When Holbox opened in the same market, it changed many perceptions of what Mexican food could be.
We go outside of the realm of Yucatan and we do food from all different coastal regions of Mexico.
Gilberto's fusion dishes allow the freshest fish to shine. Menu staples include seasonal ceviches and an octopus taco. His innovative cooking has wowed locals and critics alike.
How does it feel to be nominated for a James Beard Award for this?
After the shock, I think the first thing that I felt was extreme pride in my team. To a certain level, I guess it feels a little bit like validation because we're doing something slightly outside of the box.
You look across Mexican cuisine, and one of the commonalities is the avocado. Why does the avocado work so well across cuisines in Mexico, but especially your cuisine?
The pairing of avocado goes extremely well with raw seafood preparations like ceviches and cocteles, and they're very bright, light, and acidic. I think avocado is the perfect complement because it gives it a little bit, creamy richness.
That delicate balance is best represented in the shrimp and scallop aguachiles, and I couldn't wait to try making it.
So aguachile is super simple. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a marinade that's gonna cook or denature our scallops, right? So we're just gonna take some cilantro.
Next up, the chili. Serrano peppers bring the heat. Persian cucumbers cool it down. There's a pinch of salt, ice to prevent oxidation, and a squeeze of lime juice. Then the marinade blends for just about a minute.
Now, we're just gonna take a bowl. Go ahead and put a couple of spoonfuls of these beautiful Baja California bay scallops.
Oh, look at those.
Now we're gonna pour the marinade and hold on to the spoon for stirring. Perfect. That's about right. We want to let that marinate for at least 5 minutes.
Gilberto takes his aguachile to the next level with an avocado rose. After pitting and peeling, it was time to get slicing.
Your knife can be straight because your avocado is at an angle, and we're pull cutting. You're just gonna do this now. Look.
Okay.
The key to a great rose? Super thin slices.
We're hiring,
Okay.
Now the next step, hands, right? We're gonna do this motion. We're gonna fan out the avocado, right? So, you see that?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go. Looking good there. I think that's good enough to roll. You're gonna start at the tip right here, and you just roll this one like that. You see how that's forming a really big flower?
Yes.
This is a pretty advanced skill, but I think it's one worth practicing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a nice party trick,
Sure. Impress your friends.
Yeah. So, which one should we use?
I think that one. Made by the professional.
Time to plate it up.
That's looking beautiful. You're a lot neater doing this than I am. I'll take like a spoonful of them and just drop it on there and then arrange them on the plate.
Ah, pro tip.
And of course, the finishing touches.
Wow.
That is our scallop aguachile.
And I helped make it.
Can something this pretty taste as good as it looks?
That looks like a good bite.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But yet so simple. Thank you, sir.
Al, it was a pleasure.
Fantastic.
The Hass avocado may have started out as a lucky surprise, but for decades its popularity has been no accident. The Mexican-American culinary traditions passed down through the years have made this delicious and nutritious fruit a staple for so many of us across the country. And thanks to generations of enterprising families, this bumpy green fruit is going to have a very long shelf life.
the surf, the sand, and endless waves of Boardwalk bites. For generations, millions of Americans have been flocking to New Jersey's iconic beaches. In the early 20th century, the Jersey Shore pioneered boardwalk culture in the United States, introducing new forms of entertainment, gaming, and nightlife. However, any trip to the shore just wouldn't be complete without the food, of course. So come along as we hit the boardwalk for a tasty trip down memory lane. Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Atlantic City is home to America's first boardwalk. This seaside town flourished in the late 1800s, thanks in large part to Dr. Jonathan Pitney, who saw a lucrative opportunity.
Atlantic City became the resort it is now when some genius thought of a way to get from Philadelphia to the ocean. And he drew a straight line almost, and they built a railroad. For the first time, a working person could spend the day at the beach and be back at work.
That meant families of any means now had easy access to new types of entertainment. To keep up with the beach boom, bustling boardwalks soon began popping up and down the shore. That legacy continues today, with the boardwalk offering a little something for everyone, from lively casinos to rides and games, and plenty of beachy bites.
Saltwater taffy, of course. Our favorite is the saltwater taffy.
My favorite flavor of taffy is definitely the creamsicle.
The memories when my father used to bring them home, the taste of it, the smell, and how it used to stick in my mouth with the teeth.
It's sticky, it's sweet, and it is truly a beloved boardwalk treat. Saltwater taffy was invented at the Jersey Shore in the late 1800s. Shriver's in Ocean City has been pulling this iconic candy for just as long. Today, this giant beachside emporium is dishing up the shore's most famous candy and a bountiful batch of novelty sweets. Candy shop owner Meryl Vangeloff has been living the sweet life since she was a kid.
When I was really young, we used to come down and stay with my grandfather and my grandmother. There were a few nights that he would suggest that we would go back to the stores with him, and that was super magical. We would only be allowed to get a couple of pieces of candy, which was usually saltwater taffy.
Shriver's Saltwater Taffy and Fudge was founded by William Shriver in 1898. It's the oldest business on the Ocean City Boardwalk. Meryl's grandfather, Henry Glazer, was one of 4 brothers who purchased the shop in 1959.
They came as immigrants through Philadelphia. They knew a lot about confections from Germany. Their grandfather was a confection chef, so he taught them how to do certain things,
including how to perfect different taffy and chocolate recipes. Taffy first popped up in the United States in the early 1800s. But saltwater taffy originated in Atlantic City at the turn of the century. Its name coming from a popular beachside fable.
There was a man who was selling taffy from a taffy stand on the beach in Atlantic City.
A storm came up along the Jersey Shore very quickly, and it soaked all of his candy.
Of course, he was very upset, and a little girl came up and asked if she could have some of his saltwater taffy. The wife in the background recognized this as being a wonderful marketing, so she then suggested to her husband to name it saltwater taffy, and since then it's stuck.
When Meryl's grandfather and his brothers first took over, the shop offered 17 flavors of taffy.
Saltwater taffy and fudge held up pretty well to the heat and humidity of the shore, so they really expanded on the flavors and expanded on that idea.
Over time, each generation coming up with tantalizing new tastes, from the fun and fruity to seasonal specials and the truly wild and wacky.
I had watched a lot of people come into the store and take different flavors, put them together, twist them up and eat them, and I thought, well, maybe we should be doing this for them. So we decided to make the twisted flavors.
Now, on any given day, they offer more than 60 flavors. Meryl started working in her grandfather's shop as a young adult. She even found romance on the line.
It was my first year as the production manager in the back, which is where I met my husband. He was working here.
Now, a new generation of the Vangelov family is mastering the labor-intensive process of pulling taffy.
I want to be the next Taffy Picasso.
After years of studying at the shop, Meryl's oldest son, Adrian, recently started manning the machines on his own.
It's my whole life. I've been doing it every summer. It's just an amazing experience. I enjoy hanging out with my family.
The process starts at the taffy cooking machine. To make the plain base, a mix of sugars and fats are added to a copper kettle and heated to a boil. Despite its name, there's actually no salt in this sticky treat.
There's people who actually really expect it to be there, but unfortunately we don't go out to the ocean and grab salt water from the ocean.
The hot liquid taffy is poured into plastic bins, then moved to a 100-degree hot box to set.
It can't cool down entirely, otherwise it would turn into a piece of brick.
Once the taffy firms up, it's dropped onto a cooling table and gently stretched. Then the fun begins.
First we add in the coloring, so then make it stick a little bit better.
This grape taffy gets a generous painting of purple food coloring, then citric acid is sprinkled in for flavor.
Now we close it up just so nothing escapes.
The taffy rests once more before it's brought to the famous pulling machine. As the taffy gets stretched and pulled, the color and flavorings get mixed in with the base. It also becomes lighter and airier, creating that signature stick-to-your-teeth chew.
So the tricks to making taffy are to having the right temperatures inside and outside. Otherwise it gets sticky and it starts to stick to the machines.
The still warm taffy is loaded into the batch roller, where it's gently shaped into long ropes. Then it's cut into the classic shape and wrapped in Shriver's paper.
Sometimes we'll make 100-pound batches, but each batch is 50 pounds, and our machines run at about 300 to 350 pieces a minute.
The machines at Shriver's are from the 1950s, making this a truly nostalgic pastime.
You guys want to try a sample?
Thank you.
Meeting taffy lovers is one of the best parts of the job.
Thank you. I love watching young children in the store and then also with the taffy. Sometimes they're even eating the wrapper, so it must be really good.
Shriver's is one of just a few places on the Jersey Shore where guests can still see taffy being pulled every day and snag a piece fresh off the line.
It's not so horrible to be standing in the window being watched by everybody, so he loves it. He's having a great time with it.
In addition to taffy, Shriver's also offers a variety of homemade fudge, plus chocolate-dipped pretzels and fruit. It's these little bites of nostalgia that have kept this family business booming for years.
We have people sharing stories all the time.
And Meryl is looking forward to serving more generations of taffy lovers down at the shore.
I feel very blessed to be part of something that has been here as long as it has, but not only that, that has been part of the family. The fact that I get to share it with my husband and my children, it's a beautiful opportunity.
Oh, you can't beat the smell of funnel cakes wafting through the air. On the historic Atlantic City Boardwalk, there's one business that's really putting the fun into funnel cakes. At the Funnel Cake House, the sky is the limit when it comes to toppings. I mean, they've got every kind of topping you could possibly imagine. But it's their signature funnel cake sundae that's winning over legions of fans.
Favorite Boardwalk treats would be funnel cake, of course.
Funnel cakes, like funnel cakes.
I've had like 3 funnel cakes since I've been here, so definitely funnel cake.
From French fries to churros, even deep-fried Oreos. On the Boardwalk, there's plenty of golden grub for every palate. But for the Gadd family of Atlantic City, one deep-fried delicacy tops them all.
I don't think anyone here in Atlantic City or probably anywhere else does, the type of toppings that we'd have, and we're always just creating new toppings and changing our menu every year.
With over 20 different toppings and sauces at Funnel Cake House, if you can dream it, they can make it. 30-year-old Tarek Gadd owns the shop with his parents Saeed and Monal. He's been a Boardwalk regular since childhood.
Every summer since I was 7, I've been coming here, spending the entire summer. I remember when I was very young, I wanted to work.
Saeed and Monal immigrated to New Jersey from Alexandria, Egypt in 1989, the same year they got married.
The city what we born is the same, exactly looks like Atlantic City. That's why we love it here.
Soon, an opportunity came up to open a storefront on the Boardwalk. With plenty of families passing by, Saeed knew this buzzy location would be a great spot to sell sweets. Tarek was an eager employee from the start.
I have a lot of memories, riding my bike on the Boardwalk, being there with my dad, trying to help him out as much as I can.
Working with hot oil isn't child's play, but Tarek was given more responsibilities as a teen.
My dad waited till I was kind of old enough to, reach the fryer where I wouldn't really hurt myself. I think it was about 14, 15 when he started letting me make the funnel cakes.
After college, Tarek dabbled with a few office jobs, but those summers at the shore were hard to leave behind.
For me, it was terrible. I just hated sitting down in an office. Eventually, I just, found my way coming back here. I was just more comfortable working with family.
But in the beginning, funnel cakes weren't the focus.
It was soft ice cream, hard ice cream, water ice, milkshake, slush, and we had the funnel cake. Yeah, it was really busy because not too many people has that item.
After going back to the family stall full-time, Tarek really got down to business.
I kind of broke down the cost and the profit of every item. I just realized that funnel cakes were a better option to focus on.
Today, Funnel Cake House is one of the only Boardwalk stalls making fresh funnel cakes from morning till nearly midnight, 7 days a week. There's no denying that this is the place to go for the most unique toppings.
The strawberry cheesecake funnel cake is very popular. The Cinnabon funnel cake is very popular. We have Oreo funnel cakes, Reese's funnel cakes, Hershey syrup, fudge brownie funnel cake, all the basics like the caramel, strawberry. Also the s'mores is really good. Yeah, actually, I forgot about that one. The s'mores is really good.
Making a great funnel cake requires both skill and speed. Every funnel cake starts out as a batter made with flour, sugar, and water. Oil is heated to nearly 400 degrees to ensure an even fry.
It comes out of the funnel, that's why it's called the funnel cake.
Now, when it comes to pouring, every funnel cake artist has their own method.
If it's really thick, we have to lift up. If it's not, we have to, keep close to the fryer.
Batter is carefully poured into a metal ring to create a cake shape. When it starts to turn golden brown, the cake gets flipped. Then onto the plate, and time for the toppings. Oh yeah, baby. Powdered sugar is traditional, but this shop's signature sundae is a dessert lover's dream. Freshly dusted funnel cake gets a generous swirl of soft serve and the syrup of your choice. No surprise, it's been a big hit with tourists.
What I like about funnel cakes is the flavorness and the taste of strawberry. It's good.
All the way from North Carolina. That's it.
It's just like the texture of
the
actual
crunching
dough.
and the ice cream, the texture, the combination of the texture is great.
And local friends.
Dad, let's do it every morning.
Come on, Dad, let's go.
Yes.
1, 2,
Yes, every
3,
morning.
4, 5, 6,
I can.
7, 8. Good job. I love you, Dad. We're retired. We're from San Diego. We're living here now. We met this beautiful family just walking the boardwalk. Their customer service is unbelievable. I call them Mom and Dad because they took Pam and I in as family.
After 25 years in business, the Gads still love delighting customers with their whimsical desserts.
We love being here. We're proud of Atlantic City, proud of its history. Hope families continue coming here for a long time. It's great. We love it here.
And this son is extremely proud of his father, who's given him so much in the place they call home.
An American dream, well, it was hard for him coming here. He's definitely very proud of where he's come, what he's done and how far he's come. Never quit. Having your dad as your manager is not always fun, but now it's really fun. It's amazing. We make all the decisions together. It's really great just being with your family every day. It's really a blessing.
Come on, let's face it. On a hot summer day, is there anything better than something icy to help cool you down? Well, Betty's Icebox in Asbury Park was one of the first boardwalk shops to offer a wide array of vegan sweet treats. But that doesn't make them any less decadent. From their Instagrammable, wacky watermelon shave ice to one-of-a-kind ice cream flavors, there's truly something for everyone here. Let's go meet the family.
Betty's Icebox is located inside Asbury Park's historic convention hall. Opened in 1929, this unique venue has hosted iconic acts like Frank Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, and the boss himself, Bruce Springsteen. This lively town is well known for its bustling music and art scene. But before hitting the bars, beachgoers flock here for food, souvenirs, and of course, ice-cold treats.
Thank you so much for coming.
It's called Betty's Icebox. Who's Betty?
We're all Bettys.
You're all Betty.
It's a collective Betty.
We're all Bettys. There you go.
All four members of the Carr family work at Betty's. Mom Courtney is the brains of the operation. She comes up with their dreamy recipes. Husband Mike handles the business. And their two daughters, Phoebe and Eliza, well, they do a little bit of everything.
Phoebe is my older daughter, and she's more front of house. She manages the staff, and she runs our social media. And Eliza is my kitchen right-hand woman.
They started working at the store as teens, making ice pops.
Did the girls want to get involved in first? Did you have
They had no choice.
Before opening Betty's, Courtney and Mike flipped houses. But Superstorm Sandy changed everything for the family in 2012.
And so what made you decide, you know what? I think it's time to start a frozen confections business.
We lost our beach house in Sandy, and I just felt like, you know, if I can't enjoy going and sitting on the beach, I might as well open a business and look at the view from this way.
Courtney always had a passion for healthy vegan eating, raising her daughters with a plant-based lifestyle.
But why paletas and frozen treats?
Because it gave me the opportunity to create something that was completely creative and all natural, using local fruits and plant-based dyes.
Paletas are Mexican-style ice pops made with fresh fruit juices and real fruit pieces instead of artificial syrup. Of course, there are plenty of frozen sweet shops along Jersey Shore boardwalks, from Italian ice to frozen custard and endless ice cream. But it's not easy finding desserts without dairy, nuts, or artificial dyes. So in 2014, Courtney opened a food truck featuring 2 organic treats, shave ice and paletas.
The first item my daughter and I developed together was a watermelon lime ice pop. At 11 years old, sitting at our kitchen counter, and we gutted a watermelon, put it all together, and froze it and made ice pops.
You guys are known for your shave ice. How did you come up with that?
My sister had just come back from a trip to Hawaii and couldn't stop raving about the shave ice. And I said, I can make that. I want to make a healthy version of that. It's a very different texture. We make it from big 5-pound blocks of ice that we shave very finely with a razor and then flavor it with our all-natural syrup. So it has the consistency of snow.
The truck was a success, allowing the family to open a brick-and-mortar shop just a year later. Courtney expanded the menu to include homemade vegan gelato and natural candies. During the winter months, they even served oat milk hot chocolate.
You know, I would think that you guys are meeting a moment right now because there's such an awareness of allergies.
We get a lot of calls from nervous moms saying, you know, we've heard that you're an allergy-free spot, you know, we can accommodate them. And it's important for me as a mom, knowing that, you know, my kid can partake in something that other kids can and not feel excluded from a fun dessert.
I couldn't wait to cool down with 2 sweet treats at Betty's Icebox. First up, the shave ice. Courtney's oldest was ready to show me how they make their signature watermelon.
We do this on Wednesdays. We call it Watermelon Wednesday. We have, it's like a half watermelon here.
Scooped
Hollowed
out?
out a bit. Not all the way. You still get some good meat in there.
What do you use the scooped out watermelon?
We blend it up and we make a syrup with it. So we mix it with sugar, and then either it goes into a popsicle or a syrup for the top of the shave ice.
Oh, cool.
The base of this unique dessert gets a creamy layer of soft serve made with oat milk, Then it's ready for the star of the show, the shave ice. Their machines from Japan use a special blade to cut the ice into a smooth, velvety consistency.
So I usually shape it a little bit more after the fact. But we like to do them nice and big.
Nice.
Like that. And then we have our syrup here.
Ooh, look at that color.
Now, watermelon just wouldn't be complete without seeds. Enter the chocolate chips.
But I love the consistency of this.
Right?
It like
It's
melts in your mouth,
it's
literally.
like snow. We don't like the crunchy ice like a snow cone, you know what I mean?
Good thing it's not yellow.
Yeah. This is the only place where you can eat the yellow snow.
I like you, Phoebe. Do you have people who didn't realize it was vegan and go, oh my gosh?
All the time. We used to, give disclaimers sometimes, like, just so you know, this might taste a little bit different, and we've kind of just stopped doing that because people don't really notice or care anymore.
And I just had to try Betty's signature summer special, a rainbow Pride Pop.
Asbury has obviously a very large population of queer people, and we have a really big Pride Parade every year.
A lot of our staff is LGBT, and I think that it's important for us to also represent like the people who work with us and like make everything possible.
Courtney's youngest daughter, Eliza, the chef in the family, showed me the trick to making this 6-layer pop. It starts with an organic lemonade base.
We use all natural flavors and colors to make each layer have their own kind of pizzazz, if you will.
To make the red layer, the lemonade gets a healthy pour of cherry syrup. Then Eliza uses a turkey baster to squeeze precise layers into the mold.
We just fill up the whole first one like that, and then we put it into our pop machine.
So you've got to freeze each layer.
We do.
Then put another layer in, freeze that.
Exactly.
Wow, how long does it take?
Honestly, about 2 hours to make this kind of pop. So they're a little high maintenance, I would say, but they come out beautiful.
Thankfully, I didn't have to wait 2 hours.
Right now, we put the pops into a basin of hot water, which separates them.
So it lets it release.
Yeah.
Wow,
it
that's
separates them from the
beautiful.
metal base. And what it creates is our Pride Pop.
Oh my gosh.
Each layer has a different flavor, so it goes cherry, orange, lemon, lime, blue raspberry, and grape. And yeah, they're best sellers.
That tastes like pride.
It's definitely a happy day with these.
Your mom isn't standing right over your shoulder, so you can tell me. Are there any times where sometimes she ticks you off a little bit and you gotta kind of suck it up?
Yeah. Often we'll be making something and she says, hey, do you remember how to do that? And I say, Mom, I've been working here for 11 years.
Luckily, your mom's nowhere nearby, so
Yeah,
she
thank
didn't
gosh
she
she
didn't
came
hear
here.
that. Thank goodness. That could have been awkward. So Eliza, what's it like working with Mom and seeing this business thrive and being part of it?
Oh, it's so lovely. I've been working here since I was 11 years old. Starting out, we were like in my kitchen at home. We were doing everything all on our own. But now we have this space in a big building, and we get to share this with everyone. So it's really, really great to see just how far we've come in such a short amount of time.
This is really good. I mean, this nice citrusy, kind of fresh, vibrant. It tastes like the colors.
Ah, thank you. That's the goal. I mean, if something looks this fun, it's gotta taste pretty
Of
fun.
course. It's like a boardwalk in your mouth.
This dynamic mother-daughter team lives by a sweet personal mantra.
Life is short.
It
Eat
is.
dessert first. Treat yourself.
Life is short. Eat dessert first. I like that. Bustling boardwalks are the epitome of the Jersey Shore experience. Every beach may be different, but visitors here are sure to find plenty of their favorite nostalgic eats. And the families who are pulling, frying, and scooping up these boardwalk delights are serving up a bit of history with every beachy bite. I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're